public spaces into eco-friendly zones. Job creation through expanded public works program, the EPWPs. Upgrading of the e-permit system to accommodate the national additions, including, amongst others, threatened or protected species of conservation on international trade and endangered species of wild fauna and flora applications, strengthening the capacity of the green scorpions in the Free State, adapting specifications for the renovation or new public infrastructure to provide for mitigation measures relating to climate change principles and green spaces in the townships. These things will be happening where our people are living. On the economic growth and the job creation, Honorable Speaker, the department will soon finalize the provincial economic reconstruction and recovery plan, as well as provincial investment strategy, which will be utilized to guide provincial economic development and economic growth going forward. It is important for government to continue providing support, both financial and non-financial, to MSMEs to ensure that they can grow and sustainable. In this context, this year launched the Free State Youth Business Pitching Competition to support innovative youth-owned startups with access to financial and non-financial support, including mentorship from the sector specialists. During the 2023, district winners received 200,000 rand each. Second prizes winners received 100,000 rand, and the provincial winner received 500,000. This program will continue in the financial year with collaborations and support from the private sector stakeholders. In addition, the department has provided the financial support to 90 enterprises during the past 18 months to the value of 49.9 million, amongst which there are 36 female-owned and 38 youth-owned enterprises, preserving and created more than 250 jobs. During the remainder of the financial year, we commit to provide the financial support to enterprises valued at the 17.5 million. It means the 17.5 million. It means 17.5 M. In acceleration of our support for innovative business ideas, we will strengthen the collaboration with the Centers for Entrepreneur and Rapid Incubator at Maluti, Motheo, and Goldfields, the TVETs, to support startups and to ensure that they grow the concepts that have been mentioned above. We have supported 80 incubators in the last financial year to the value of 626,000 so that they can start their businesses. One of the shining examples is Ms. Bokang Lehwenya, the owner of Warona Food Enterprise, whom the department supported with Nasan NP200 van in order to facilitate the delivery of the products to her clients. Our support for youth startups is a priority for the 7th administration. To this end, we will revive our Memorandum of Understanding with the National Youth Development Agency, NYDA, to work together to increase our research to youth-owned enterprises who need both financial and non-financial support. We will do this by augmenting the NYDA grant funding with 1.5 million in the 2024-2025 financial year. Honorable members, the department has signed a memorandum of understanding with Coca-Cola South Africa to support local enterprise in areas such as business financing and supply development. Through this partnership, 27 tech shops, mostly owned, were supported in the area of Intabazwe, Mahulukweng, by refurbishing structures of building and procuring equipment worthy of a total of 1.4 million. These are the tech shops that are owned mostly by South African citizens. DSTIA and CCBCA hosted a youth business pitching competition where CCB SA contributed 825,000 and Distia contributed 100,000 to enterprises providing laundry and ITC services. We will upscale this program during the 2024-2025 financial year to ensure that the MSMEs are supported in the Distia and the CCBSA, committing to support tech shops in Malutiapofung local municipality and Mangaung Metro municipality with a 2.6 billion budget for provision of both financial and non-financial assistance. The department is also providing both financial and non-financial support to assisting industrialization in order to transform the patterns of ownership in key economic sectors, as well as to achieve economic growth, transformation, and job creation. To that end, the FDC has spent over 2.7 million in rental incentives and added in the industrial parks, and over 25 MSMEs benefited from these incentives. Honorable Speaker, a skills revolution is required for enterprise. To remain competitive in the increasingly globalized world, it is for this reason that we will continue to provide financial support to the Botshabelo Digital Hub, which is critical in assisting local enterprise with the developing and adopting a new digital solutions. The hubs offers programs such as robotics and user computing. It's not also limited to MSMEs, but also school activation to encourage innovation in learners, coding, robotics, virtual reality. The department is working in various sector education and training authorities to ramp up the skills revolution referred to above. In this respect, the department has received 9.3 from manufacturing, engineering, and related service sector educating and training authorities, MISETA, and 1 million and 1.8 million from the food and beverage sector. The breakdown of this partnership is as follows. MISETA funding is 165 candidates are currently registered for short skills program at a value of 3.8. 110 artisans in the automotive and 5.5 has been set aside. The 300 candidates, learners are currently training through an accredited training provider in food handling and food safety procedures and practices. As part of our intervention towards unemployment reduction, the FDC has entered into a 38 million funding agreement with the UIF for providing skills programs to 2,000 Free State unemployed beneficiaries through the program referred to as LAP, the Labor Activation Program. We have committed to retain the current beneficiaries who are currently being skilled in plumbing, construction, environmental practices, assets chefs for the next 6 months. We, however, require an additional 12 million allocation to cover participant stipends for this period. Honorable Speaker, in the coming year, we commit enhancing efforts to grow the Free State economy and create opportunities for decent jobs for providing growth pathways for the Free State enterprises. During the past year, Distia assisted 95 enterprises to access trade pavilions, expositions, and other marketing platforms, such as newly developed online Free State trade portal. In the coming financial year, the department will continue to support local enterprises and local trade initiatives, trade agreement participation, and market exposure, as well as the following. The FDC will further draw support from the key stakeholders, that is the DTIC, in order to continue with the refurbishment of our industrial parks. Working with provincial treasury, we will ensure that the supply chain policies of all organs of state in the Free State are aligned with the recently gazetted Public Procurement Act for the benefit of all Free Staters. The trade investment provision and industrialization. Honorable members, trade leads to faster productivity growth, especially for sectors and countries engaged in global value chains. These links allow developing countries to specialize in making a single component like a keyboard rather than a finished product like a personal computer. Honorable Speaker, investing in developing countries holds the power to enhance the lives of its citizens significantly. The right investments can improve infrastructure, provide access to essential services, increase amenities, and boost overall human development. These investments positively affect the health, education, and the economic and social opportunities. Honorable Speaker, we are honored to highlight some of the investments in the province that have realized from investments, attraction efforts, and commitments going into the financial year. The Springbok Solar in Virginia, the Tabanchu smelter, and the phase 2 is already started at a value of 200 million. The first one, the Springbok Solar, is at 6.3 billion. The natural gas in Machabeng at the value of 1 billion in Virginia areas, which also is going to manage the gas project. And the department has worked with the Council of Geoscience to produce a pre-feasibility report on the mineral and gas opportunities in the Free State. Honorable Speaker, as we mentioned in the 2023 budget vote, we have started a process to refurbish selected factories that are managed by the FDC and Maluti Apofung SEZ, aligned to our newly developed industrialization policy and action plan. To show commitment towards industrializing the Free State economy, the department spent about 4 million in the 2023-2024 financial year. Growing the Free State economy remains high on the agenda of the 7th of administration. It is on this basis that I now request the Premier to establish the Premier's Economic Advisory Council that consists of men and women that will advise the Premier and the Free State government in facilitating the development and implementation of economic policies that will stimulate inclusive economic growth. Our considered view is that such an advisory council, Premier, should consist of not less than 5, but not more than 10 persons, with a full-time chairperson in order to ensure efficiency and effectiveness of the same. Honorable Speaker, Maluti Apofung SEZ remains a catalytic and viable approach for economic growth in the province. The promotion of local manufacturing and industrialization is key towards employment creation, increasing export technology, dissemination, and skills and development, particularly amongst young people. In continuation of our efforts to create trade-enabling environment for investors, the SEZ will be upgrading electrical infrastructure, improving water reticulation within the zone, and refurbishing factories for investors' occupation as part and parcel of the capital projects from the current year's allocated budget. Furthermore, the SEZ in Maluti Apofung will enhance security at the zone to combat plugging vandalism of the critical infrastructure. The security improvements will encompass the installation of advanced security infrastructure, that is cameras for monitoring hotspots, surveillance rooms, etc., in line with customs control area requirements. This project is planned to be phased into the medium-term expenditure framework. Honorable Speaker, as part of our effort of ensuring good governance and customs certification, the department, together with the entity, will pilot the modernization of the business process of the entity. The entity I'm referring to is the entity on gambling, liquor, and consumer protection. This pilot will include implementing an online license application. This thing of the manual application has begun to be a headache in the department. People take an advantage, and many corrupt activities happens because of that manual. So we are changing it to the online Premier. Now that the Free State LGTA Amended B has been enacted, we will strengthen compliance with license requirements in order to safeguard our communities and our youth against illegal liquor sales. The manual application has also affected young people in relation to the illegal liquor sales, related violence and crimes, as well as compliance with proximity regulations. Similarly, the Distiller Consumer Protection Unit has conducted 139 proactive inspections across the province in an effort to reduce distribution of illegal and expired and illicit foodstuff and contraband that is eating our province. The Free State Integrated Business Support Licensing Regulations Act was gazetted in March 2024. This stands as a major milestone in our journey towards ensuring that the Free State economy is properly coordinated and supported. This act, via the support of our local municipalities, will ensure illegal trade is eliminated and the Free State enterprise receive necessary support from government. Growing the Free State economy remains high on the agenda of the 7th administration. Guided by the Act of the MEC or member responsible is empowered to establish that Economic Advisory Council, although we are going to do it jointly with the MEC, that consists of men and women who will advise the Free State government in facilitating the development and implementation of the economic policies, the economic strength that stimulates inclusive economic growth. We commit to establish the above advisory council premier within the 90 days given the mandate of our act. The Consumer Affairs Court is a beacon of hope for Free State as it continues to resolve consumer dispute cases, mostly related to the sale of financial and second-hand vehicles. The number of consumer cases resolved outside of the court during the past year is 48 to the value of 1.8 million. These expectations and consumer support functions will continue in the next financial year. We'll continue with the consumer education and buy local companies, buy local campaigns in the 2024-2025 financial year. Tourism has been one of those receiving end when it comes to the economic development in the Free State. We have therefore, Premier, taken a stand that we are going to approach yourselves to support us to firstly unbundle Tourism Authority from the Free State Liquor Board and Gambling. This has become clear to the people of the Free State that tourism comes last in that board. So we want tourism to be prioritized so that it can create jobs and grow our economy. Therefore, tourism and hospitality sector is a key contributor to the province economy. Every available body of knowledge indicates that all industries, including manufacturing, agriculture, art and culture, growth and success are linked to the tourism industry. So tourism becomes one of the key economic pillars. We therefore owe this to important sector to work collaboratively with the private sector to ensure its full recovery for it to exploit its much needed job creation potential. This important sector will remain highly underfunded, which stagnates the growth of tourism if we are not going to unbundle it from the board. During the past year, we have concluded more than 10 initiatives across the province. These are just 10 in an attempt to increase the tourism market share of the Free State. The state assisted 42 privately owned established with grading support, and 4 distiller resorts that have been upgraded with funding obtained from the National Department of Tourism. It is not also from the department in the Free State, it's national that has supported that. Our province is endowed with stunning natural settings, cultural interactions, our rural hinterland, mountains and the rivers and the dams, including our small dorpies and villages. The department, together with the Free State Tourism Gambling Board and Liquor Authority, will continue with the Free Your Mind, Explore the Free State campaign to be launched during the September Tourism Month theme, Tourism and Peace. This approach is consistent with the motto, Free State Province, a go-to and not a go through the province. People must visit the province, they must not go through the province. We acknowledge the importance role played by the sports tourism in the province, as it has impact in destination competitiveness, promoting the Free State as a preferred sports tourism destination. We have seen sports as a draw card for increased tourist visitations, e.g., when Bafana Bafana was playing against Zimbabwe, when Springbok was also playing against Portugal, and when, what is this, Kaizer Chiefs was also playing against Young Lions. No, it's my eyes. Furthermore, we have identified the need to increase the number of tourist guides, as they are the first point of contact for tourists when they arrive in our destination. 4 tourist guides from Machabeng will be undergoing the Mandarin Phase 3 cultural immersion training from the 4th to the 26th of September in China. This comes from all the previously black communities. In conclusion, the aforementioned programs will have to be implemented meticulously so that as the Free State, we can achieve priorities as we have said by government. Speaker, will need both human and capital in order to achieve the above.
If you are very kind in your statements, I would allow you to continue. Unfortunately, I knew I would get you here. Your time is up, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thanks the ANC and thanks the...
Hayi, hlala phansi. Hlala phansi. In the meantime, can we just allow a short, few minutes for this? It has to be put in. I hope this will not happen again. It has to be done before. Honorable Member Makume. You were reading everything and only your eyes failed you when you were to see the most successful team. Yeah, no. I can see. Utata obalukhosi awuleje. As a break, the honorable members. Nzegenana rebuke members of the legislature had rebuke bana school. Baba da short break. No, a short break and we see a short break. Bagajuju. Ebato. Hagareletswe ne batho ba emang kaofela ke ba sehlopha se le seng ke ba supportang sehlopha se le seng ke kopa ba fine premier la ntshwabisa. Right, we can continue. Otherwise, we're going to have everyone going out. We now continue with the debate. Honorable Member Ndungane.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier Makwin Letsuwa Mathai, MEC Toto Ketso Makume, members of the Portfolio Committee, members of the media, distinguished guests, honorable members of the Free State Legislature, honorable colleagues in the executive, as well as the legislature, molweni. Speaker, let me begin by taking this opportunity to commend the invaluable foundation laid by the Sixth Administration and its positive contribution to the lives of the people of the Free State. We reflect confidently on the work that was done by the preceding government through Distia's enhanced approach to draw investors to the Free State to create an enabling environment for job creation to our people. We cannot take it for granted that the Free State is a critical component of South Africa's economy. We are the center of South Africa, connecting provinces which consist of border posts which translate to economic opportunities for our people. Endowed with greener pastures that have earned us the designation of breadbasket of South Africa. We are a people whose land alone provides a diverse portfolio of work for them. As we set the tone for the 7th Parliament, led by the African National Congress, we are driven by the words of the first female Prime Minister of Mozambique, Luisa Diogo, who said, "It's no country's destiny to be poor." We therefore have an even greater job to do in this new administration. We have shown great strides in the 30 years of democracy with the adoption of various legislations which have empowered our government to create equal opportunities for our people. But the words of the President of this Republic, Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, which he spoke on the 2024 opening of Parliament, that we do not have the luxury of time and therefore need to act decisively, with urgency, and with unity of purpose. Those are the words that continue to ring loudly within us. Honorable Speaker, stats have proven that as a country, Black African women are the most vulnerable, with an unemployment rate of 30%. We have seen these numbers translate into the most dire situations for the women of this country, including the much spoken about occurrence of femicide, which is becoming a norm in our communities. This is a matter that as a government we should take no exception to. Women at various levels have spoken deeply concerning the constraints that come with access to funding when posed with economic opportunities. Allow me to borrow from the words of the former stateswoman of Malawi, Joyce Banda, who said, "The seeds of success in every nation on earth are best planted in women and children." Through your leadership, therefore, MEC Makume, let us collectively, deliberately, and effectively plant those seeds in our communities, in rural and urban, farmlands and townships equally, for the upliftment and economic liberation of our people and women in particular. MEC, allow me to note the significant work yet to be done by your department in the growth and strengthening of the township economy. Studies have shown the immense contribution of this, over 100 billion worth of an economy to our national gross domestic product. Our townships are a hub of creativity and economic growth, and they should be used as a pedestal to change the lives of our people, our young people in particular. Entrepreneurial activity is a way of life in our townships and should be leveraged with adequate skills in skilling of our people. The development of our townships in the Free State should therefore speak directly to job creation. We no longer want big corporations that will invade our townships. We are the 7th administration that should ensure that our people are the owners and partners of these establishments. The rehabilitation of our economy equally means complete ownership of big corporations that directly benefit and raises the standard of our dwellings. Apho abantu bethu baphila khona kulapho imisebenzi funeka ibe khona. Speaker, our townships with the banking sector should equally apply a fundamental role in the upliftment of the lives of our people. Business owners do not have a healthy relationship with money. We are a nation that consumes more than it builds, and this should be corrected through the financial wellness program. We can no longer just empower our people, we should be deliberate in building an environment for generational change. Honorable Speaker, we must commend the strides made by the Department on Governance and Administration Matters, where the department has announced to have maintained an unqualified opinion for the 2023-24 financial year. If they do not commend you, Honorable Makume, I will commend you. You've done an excellent job. We furthermore commend the positive strides by your department, MEC, in your commitment to support small, medium, and micro enterprises participating in the waste economy, where there is an injection of over 2 million rand into this sector and the establishment of strategic partnerships. We do hope, however, MEC, that women empowerment will be in the priority list of your beneficiaries. In conclusion, Speaker, the President has signed into effect the National Small Enterprise Amendment Act, which is expected to level the playing fields for small enterprises and assist in streamlining the support services that government provides to micro, small, and medium enterprises. This is a deliberate move by this government to broaden the participation of our entrepreneurs in the economy. The character of this act should therefore be experienced through the various agencies of the department. The quality and the strength of our laws should be accomplished not only in signing them in, but equally through exhaustive implementation, MEC. As the Holy Bible says in the book of Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 11, wisdom is better when it is paired with money, especially if you get both while you are still living. It's a double protection, wisdom and wealth. Let us therefore be a government that empowers our nation with an enabling environment to process both. In those words, I support the budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you. We now have Honorable Member Foko. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Members, let me take this opportunity to express myself in the language that people will understand. That is Sotho. Honorable Speaker, ke engwe ya di language tse leshome le motso o mong tse teng ka hare ho naha. Ha re bua ka tsona, re bua dintho tse latelang. Re bua ntho e latelang, Speaker. 1, re bua ka bohobe ba letsatsi le letsatsi be re bo fumanang ba ditekanyetso tsa ditjhelete tse sa fitleng ho batho ba futsanehileng. Ha re bue ka batho ba futsanehileng jwalo ka Bothabo Mofutsanyane tsena tse teng hana jwale tseo buang ka tsona. Ke kgolwa hore mmuso wa rona wa hona jwale wa legislature ya bosupa selemong sena, diphethoho di tlo ba teng ka hare ho setjhaba. Hoba rona re le mkhondo wesizwe, re tlo etsa bonnete ba hore re leihlo la setjhaba. ebile re ditsebe tsa setjhaba. Tjhaba se re rommeng mo ho tshwantse se utlwe. E re ke etse mohlala, Honourable Speaker. Ha ke dutse le mme Motswadi o na le teng ka hare ho parlamente mona ha re beha mo premier. A re ho nna ha re tswa a re levo ngwanaka, ke utlwile ditaba tse buang ka mona mara ha ke a utlwisisa hoba ha ke utlwe sekgowa ha ke a ruteha. Ke re teng ho hlalosetsa. A re ha o beua ditekatekanyetso tsa ditjhelete Honourable Premier, o batla ho utlwa hore na ho kentswe 10 ranta kapo 20 ranta. Fela ke yona ntho eo ba batlang ho e utlwa.
Yes. Can we listen to the point of order?
No, Speaker, I rise on a point of order. Rekopa honorable member debate speech. This motivational speaking, honestly, we didn't convene this sitting for that. Thank
No.
you.
Are Ogana member?
Honourable Speaker, ke tse ding tsa dintho tse re di utlwang ka mehla di-committing tsane tse re tsamayang ho tsona. Le tse ding hape tse leng hore di hlohlontsha ditsebe ka hare ho tjhaba sena hore ho tla thwe o bue ntho e batlwang ke batho. Jwale Honourable Speaker, e re ke qetele ka hore ditekatekanyetso tse tsa ditjhelete tse etswang ke tsona tse entseng le hore ha ke sheba nthong ya hao mane Matjhabeng mane mera o lelekiwe ka baka la yona project e re buang ka yona ka sheko. Ha e ska ba teng taba eo ya ntho tsa Matjhabeng.
Member.
Jwale ke batla
Honourable member, nako ya hao e fedile ngwaneso.
ke a leboha Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Are Ndade Mbalula, honourable member Mbalula.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier Melitsua Matai, honorable members of the legislature, esteemed colleagues and fellow South Africans. Perhaps to kickstart this debate, we need to reflect on the achievements of our government and tabulate the boundless opportunities that lie ahead for the Free State Province. Since the dawn of democracy in 1994, our government steadfastly committed itself to building a better South Africa for all. Our efforts have borne tangible fruits for the benefit of our people. Even unbelieving Thomases in the opposition benches cannot deny this reality. Over the past 30 years, we have transformed South Africa from an apartheid economy that only benefited a few to an inclusive economy upon which all South Africans can lay claim. We have achieved substantial redress and created more opportunities for social groups that were previously excommunicated from the mainstream economy. The ANC government has invested heavily in infrastructure, building roads, schools, hospitals, and social housing. These developments have not only improved the quality of life for millions, but have also laid the foundation for the achievement of a better life for all. We have made significant strides in empowering women, youth, and previously disadvantaged sections of our society through targeted policies and programs. The Black Economic Empowerment, which the Democratic Alliance and Freedom Front Plus oppose daily, has provided opportunities for the many Black people to participate in the economy. The ANC government has improved access to quality education and training, thereby equipping our people with skills they need to claim their rightful place on the League of Nations. I'm glad that MEC Makume has also foregrounded this important issue of skills revolution. Education has been a top priority, which is why our government provides free meals at no school fees. This is designed to ensure that our children can focus on learning without the distraction of hunger. However, some on the opposition benches here cannot hide their disdain for this intervention because their ideology is one that says no fee schools must produce disempowered and emaciated black people whose work shall only be to serve them. In a powerful song called I Wish I Knew How It Will Feel to Be Free, Nina Simone expresses a deep yearning for justice, which our government is seeking to address for many people through the provision of free quality education. Now let's bring it home. Our beautiful province holds massive economic potential due to its strategic location in South Africa. We are surrounded by 6 provinces and the Kingdom of Lesotho as well. This reality offers unique opportunities for the economic development and growth of our province. This is what President Ramaphosa said at the February 2020 African Union Summit held in Addis Ababa, when he said, and I quote, "Africa is on the rise, and South Africa will be positioned to benefit from this growth. We must strengthen our economic ties with the rest of the continent and take advantage of the opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade," close quote. As a consequence, our government has begun a process by which to center the province as a transportation and logistics hub for the country. Because of our location, we connect most economic centers in our country, which means only the Free State can facilitate the efficient and cheaper movement of goods and services. This will reduce transportation costs and enable business to operate more efficiently and competitively. We are excited about the prospect of establishing a cargo airport in the Mangaung and Machabeng areas. This will decisively transform the Free State province into a major logistical hub and at the same time create much needed opportunities for our people. In line with the commitment to sustainable development, the provincial government has activated a process by which to launch significant
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time is up. Honourable Member Klute.
Thank you, Speaker. The MEC asked us not to fight today, so let's see. First, let's welcome the investments by Renergen Gas, the Virginia Solar Plant, and even the planned Machabeng International Cargo Airport. Ultimately, it's private enterprises with ideas that see the opportunities, who take financial risks, ultimately building new businesses, not only to make profit, but in doing so create jobs which are currently very needed. Let's hope the new provincial government will protect these investments. Speaker, we dare not underestimate the role of local government in to grow our economy. Investment in infrastructure by municipalities is key. That's what's meant by creating an environment conducive to economic growth. But currently, municipalities struggle to deliver services such as water and sanitation, or even maintaining their own roads. Speaking of local government, MEC Rockman, municipalities' failure in sanitation has for too long been a serious threat to the environment. Now, I've been trying to explain this to your predecessors. Maybe you'll understand better. It's practice in Machabeng to pump raw sewage into stormwater systems, and that sewage flows into rivers that ends up in people's taps. It's practice there. Let me explain it another way. If any private company is found guilty of polluting rivers in such a manner, the full might of the law would rain down on them, and rightly so. But why should municipalities be exempted from such transgressions? Hopefully you can jumpstart MEC some action to prevent this illegal practice. Speaker, for years it appeared that the government had given up on the towns of Kopanong, where there's very little economic growth currently, if any. Unemployment continues to grow, people do not have an income, and the municipality cannot collect a sustainable income. And so the vicious circle of poor growth continues. But creating new municipalities in the Southern Free State will not necessarily solve the problem in this instance. Speaker, this administration wishes to do something tangible in the 9 towns of the current Kopanong. It should establish a functional special economic zone and use state resources to assist private enterprises. But it should be functional. And please, we need to do away with red tape, unnecessary regulations, and yes, policies such as BEE. Make it easy, as easy as possible, to start businesses, not only in Kopanong, but in every town in the Free State. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honour Member Musimange.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Premier, honorable members of Free State Legislature, Maranaka, Premier. The Premier is the statement.
Premier.
La bona Premier no e disruptive. E re ke lo dumedise ntšhaba seso le Marenaka kaofela. There's a say which has been overused, which says, when clowns enters a palace, necessarily they do not become kings and queens. Instead, the palace turns into be a circus. I'm saying this because this side, they are claiming to be implementing or to be about the National Democratic Revolution, which is about the transference of political power, social power, and economic power to the masses of the oppressed. In short, I mean Africans in particular, blacks in general, those who stand to benefit from your motive forces. And the way you are implementing your policies, you are implementing them in a clownish fashion. I will make an example. You do not use your procurement power, Premier, and your MECs to ensure that at the ultimate end you transfer the economic power to those who are really the motive force of the National Democratic Revolution. Seated here, we have a white person, not because we have problem with white people, because historically these ones were advantaged. But we have one white person here who is benefiting than whoever in the province who's doing business with the government by the name of Johan Kronig. This term only, he has benefited 3.3 billion. And by that time you are claiming that your struggle is about empowering the masses of the oppressed who happen to be poor. You are clownish. You are not helpful to struggle sabatho ba borro. Not only that, 2.2 billion
is given to a lily white company called Interstate Bus Line, which pretended that it will be assisting our people. They will be empowered through black economic empowerment. And some of officials, by the way, they played javelin in ensuring that they also benefit out of that scam. But that scam continues, even though workers could not be accommodated by that scam, because all of those workers who were promised to be covered under black economic empowerment were kicked out because there was a clause which says you will only qualify for the benefits as long as you are employee, and then they were all removed. And they came to you, Premier. You chose not to assist them, you chose to look somewhere else. So you are clownish if you are saying you are about liberation. Just going back to the MEC, I heard you delivering a speech here, talking about special economic zone in Harrismith. And I listened, I tried to understand, or is this man opila planet Earth, opila le rona mo re phelang, wa tseba na ntwa buang ka yona o bua ka eng? E re ro jwetse Godman ba o misleadile Godman Lagasi. Ha una special economic zone ko Harrismith. There's nothing, it has been vandalized. The damage here it's amount to 65 million. How bua ka o re o budgetile 4 million, ilo etsang 4 million mo? It's because le bua ntho tse le dutse ka ga di boardroom. Ha le check o re o etsahalang at the ground level. E leng hore it will help you or understand the problems tse le dilang ka tsona. But also, you should have known that you will not take a special economic zone where there's no water, where there's no electricity. Now le bua ka hore electricity tlatla. Problem ya motlakase ke ya maluti a phofung kaofela. Problem ya motlakase ke ya maluti a phofung kaofela. It's not only there where there's economic special zone. So you need, if you are to correct that, o correct bothata ba maluti a phofung kaofela. But ona jwale problem ke hore tšhelete e ne ile meant for metsi a batho ba maluti a phofung 1.5 billion. No one knows tšhelete e kae. It means it's another setback. So politiki tsa special economic zone a re tlohelle Godman. And then ke batla o bua ka issue ya tourism. As long as re sa revive Bloemfontein Celtics, re sa revive Free State Stars, because those were key economic tourism pillars still or ne di tlia moruo ka hare ho Free State. You would know ha batho ba hla bo Gauteng kapa ba hla ka mo ba hlahang teng ba tla ba tlo bapala le Bloemfontein Celtics. They will pass through the petrol station, they will pass through guest houses. People be long hore ba rekisa di plate mo ground ba tla tswa mo ba benefitile. But they've been making a cry, hoping that batla thuswa ha ba thuswe. Batho ba thuswang ka ra Free State ke batho ba o tshwana le Interstate Bus Line ka 2.2 billion. Ho revive Celtics ha o no need even le 30 million. Ho etsa jwalo because your interest are misplaced are somewhere else. These people are not benefiting out of the economy ya Free State. Ha re bua hona jwale kaofela di resort tse le di tshwereng di na le mathata Godman yo lo di share. Re qala man mo re tswang teng.
Ona member.
Ke batla o matresa jalo ka utia ka.
I'll address you out here, guys.
Okay. Honorable Godman.
Honorable member, are you prepared to take a question?
Yeah, I am prepared. She can come.
No, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Ne ke batla fela o tseba ntate hore e ba ka re fa di figure tseo hantle tsa 2.2 billion. Yeah, interstate, is it annual or a break so that that's not come. Setwa se tseba go na le 2.2 billion e filweng IBL.
Yes, Ha ikeketletse fela le he tjheswa ke motjheso wa hore ke fihlile jwang. Ke otle hantle mo batleng ke otle teng. This 2.2 billion ke e annual. But unfortunately, it's so batho ba basweu ka contract e irregular on its own. E bolela hore re tlo fumana audit query even though le tseba hore tender e premier the way e leng ka teng e tlameha e read advertiswe because le na le di interest mo le continue le tswela ka pele the way as it is even though it's not gonna benefit our people. So ha ke le letso le
Honourable Member.
Honourable Premier, sibuise kananeng. Ebe una le tsebo ya
Agama nawe.
ke re sibuise kananeng. Ebe na sina le tsebo ya dipalo. 2.2 billion. Wa tseba ke tšhelete kae?
ke na le yone felletseng honorable ghost worker of Mangaung. Ke na le tsebe felletseng ya dipalo-palo ke 2.2 billion I say it again.
Honourable Member. Nako ya o fedile wa leso. Honourable Member Nego.
No, Chair. Because it undermines the decorum of the House to address an honorable manner in a manner that Honorable Musangu has addressed Honorable Mbalula. And I think that he must withdraw, especially the issue of a ghost worker. It's not honorable. Thank you.
Honourable Member, the statement as a ghost worker was that the reference to the Honourable Member.
I'm not sure, Chair, I spoke a lot of things there.
Baha Mamre. Honourable Member, can I ask members, when you address this House, when you are given the chance, you must stand up. I get to say to a guy in the battle over casual. Honourable Member.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Chair, because I spoke a lot of things. I don't know why Honorable Meku thinks that when I was talking about ghost work, I'm referring to Honorable Mbalula.
It is the context in which you said it. We'll check that and we'll come back. But can we continue, members? Honourable Member Jansen van Vuren. Ntate Mokoena o batla o participate o phamise letsoho ngwaneso. Wa itseba ye.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I stand before this House to discuss a matter of paramount importance to the prosperity of the Free State Province. The vital intersection of economic development, small business development, tourism, and environmental affairs. This nexus of sectors is not just a collection of policy areas, but the lifeblood of our regional progress and well-being. Our province, rich in history and natural beauty, stands at a crossroad. We face challenges that require thoughtful, innovative solutions to ensure sustainable growth and a vibrant future for all our residents. Economic development is the engine that drives progress and opportunity. It is the catalyst for job creation, poverty alleviation, and improved living standards. Muriel Wenger, the Minister of Finance and Economic Opportunities in the Western Cape government, said, "With the right strategic choices, we will emerge from a cold winter into a hopeful spring." In the Free State, our economic development strategies must be bold and pragmatic. We need to create an environment that fosters investment, supports local businesses, and builds infrastructure that enhances our province's competitive edge. Honourable Speaker, we are in the beginning of the 7th administration, and as politicians, we must demonstrate to our electorate that after the 5-year term, we will leave a legacy that shows we care about the people of the Free State. We must create a free and fair society with ample opportunities for businesses and entrepreneurs to grow and create the very needed jobs our people deserve. The STEA should be the core department which adopts the whole of society approach to ensure that it includes the spirit of cooperative governance, working with different departments, spheres, and private sector. But to have a strategy and involve different stakeholders, the department must realize and understand the depth of the problem we are facing. Honourable Speaker, we have to acknowledge that without proper infrastructure, economic growth is not possible. Modern infrastructure is the backbone of economic development. We need to prioritize projects that enhances connectivity, such as roads, bridges, and digital networks, which are essential for attracting investment and facilitating business opportunities. The province must also place more emphasis on sustainable electricity supply through investing more resources in alternative energy projects and in the process try to provide more affordable electricity. To build essential and high-quality infrastructure, the department needs to work closely with municipalities. However, the local government in the Free State currently lacks credibility because these institutions have collapsed. Service delivery begins at municipal level, and without strong political will to hold officials accountable for mismanagement, corruption, and incompetence, investment in the Free State will remain low. We can learn from the Western Cape, where a high premium is placed on proper services, safe environment, opportunities, and quality infrastructure. That is why the multinational tech giant like Amazon has opened its African headquarters in Cape Town and created more than 2,000 job opportunities. Speaker, I believe that tourism is the most underrated sector when it comes to its contribution to the Free State GDP. The Free State is situated in the center of South Africa with some of the most beautiful scenic routes, like the well-known Golden Gate National Park. We are privileged to have an international airport. We sit with a National Botanical Garden in the middle of Mango Metro. And on Naval Hill, we have a planetarium and a nature reserve. Unfortunately, almost all these reserves and gardens have regressed to such an extent that they bring little to no revenue into the Free State. MEC, through you, Speaker, we need to revisit the feasibility of these parks and consider involving the private sector by selling off some of these reserves and investing in certain strategic parks and resorts to make the Free State more attractive for local, national, and international tourists. MEC, I like the phrase when you refer to the Free State province to go to and not go through a province. We are not McDonald's. The people need to stay here. We need to market and promote the Free State as a tourist attraction from Parys in the northern Free State to Gariep in the south. But it is a futile exercise if your roads are not safe to travel on. Travel in and through the province has been hamstrung over the years with the railway system that grounded to an absolute standstill, and the devastating news that we are losing Airlink flights to and from Cape Town. This will undoubtedly have a negative economic impact on the Free State. May I take this opportunity to highlight the successes of 2 airports in the Western Cape and the effects that it has on the economy. That is Cape Town International Airport and George Airport. During the festive season, more than 30,000 international arrivals fly into Cape Town every day. Cape Town International Airport's seat capacity increased last year by 48%, with 2.8 million two-way passengers. George Airport's passenger number also grew by 31% year-on-year in December. With every visit to the Western Cape comes jobs and boost for the economy. Nearly 2 billion rand was injected into the province's economy over December alone. Honourable MEC, we must realise the economic injection access through proper roads, railways and airways will bring into the province. But what strategic plan is there to address this? We need to identify possible projects and start negotiations to get more flights as quickly as possible. But if by some miracle we can negotiate this, what are we offering the tourists or supporters that want to fly into the Free State? I'm convinced that the Free State is an attractive province for events, especially if we look at the international rugby match that took place between the Springboks and Portugal in Bloemfontein. Guest houses, restaurants, shopping centres, filling stations and small businesses all benefited through one event. We sit with sports stadiums like Toyota Stadium, Dr. Van Clyde Petrus Stadium, Charles Mopele Stadium, the White Elephant Fazile Derby Stadium in Paris, athletic stadiums, swimming pools, hockey fields and cricket stadiums, to mention a few. I mention this because the DA believes in a whole of society approach, where economic growth depends on different sectors of society like sports, schools, universities, businesses, municipalities, etc. As a province, we need to look at economic growth holistically. If we just think of the fact that we lost the Celtic soccer franchise and how devastating that was for our economy and the very loyal supporters in the Free State. Currently, we sit with the athletic stadium in Bloemfontein that lost national championships because of poor infrastructure. MEC, the STIA needs to link with other departments like sports, arts, culture and recreation, together with municipalities, to mitigate the losses and to ensure that we get the maximum economic injection from supporters. This is just an example. There are many such cases all over the Free State in different municipalities. The Free State government needs to fight for us to get more international and national events in the Free State. But this can only happen if the Free State can provide safe, clean and well-maintained infrastructure. The Free State has been bleeding money for far too long through the Free State Development Corporation. Honourable MEC, we need to be honest with ourselves and acknowledge if a project is a catastrophic failure. The mandate of the Free State Development Corporation is to provide financial and business support services to SMMEs and cooperatives, develop and manage properties, as well as to facilitate and promote investment and exports. The FDC, through its initiatives, should have developed an environment where opportunities are created for entrepreneurs and small businesses to become part of the mainstream economy and in the process create jobs. They are not doing that. FDC is managing properties but is failing to collect rental for its properties and owes municipalities millions of rands for services delivered. MEC, in your speech, you said you will review these organizations, and we welcome that. The DA has a proposal to dismantle FDC, and we propose the establishment of a Free State Economic Development Agency, rather. The FSEDA will have a small staff component with support from the provincial government through a process of incentivized targets linked to timeframes in terms of investment into the province. Speaker, another epic failure, and it was also mentioned, has been the MAP Special Economic Zone. Investors or factories need essential services like roads, water and electricity. The department must have a marketing strategy to ensure investors that we will be able to provide the services needed, and there are some incentives for them if they invest in the Free State. Investors should not be scared of the cumbersome application process that takes too long. The department should get rid of corruption and red tape and make it easy for businesses to start and establish their business in the Free State. And that goes for SMMEs as well. Let us also acknowledge the profound connection between a robust environment and a thriving economy. The Free State province, with its vast landscapes and rich agricultural heritage, relies heavily on a healthy environment to sustain its economic activities. Agriculture, a cornerstone of our economy, depends on fertile land and clean water. By protecting our natural resources and investing in sustainable practices, we ensure the permanence and productivity of this vital sector. However, while we recognize these opportunities, we must also confront the challenges that threaten our environment. It is a great concern that I address the issues surrounding landfill sites and sewage spills within the municipality. And MEC, I welcome your plan to intervene and manage landfill sites. The STIA has a critical role to play in regulating and enforcing environmental standards. Unfortunately, it appears that the current approach has been too lenient. Our municipalities have, in many cases, failed to manage landfill sites properly and have been lax in addressing sewage spills. These environmental failures not only harm our ecosystem, but also pose significant risk to public health and undermine our economic prospects. Finally, Speaker, it is imperative that we strengthen our approach to environmental enforcement. The Inspectorate must be empowered with greater authority and resources to tackle these issues decisively. To this end, I propose that we increase funding and resources for the Inspectorate, enhance training programs, and establish clearer protocols for swift action against non-compliance. But I'm sure it will be included in your plan also, MEC. In conclusion, the intersection of economic development, small business development, tourism, and environmental affairs presents a unique opportunity for the Free State. By taking a coordinated approach, we can harness the potential of each sector to drive sustainable growth, create jobs, and improve the quality of life of all our citizens. MEC, hopefully we can, in the next round, have a bit more influence in the budget also. I think it's important that we do that and give us also an opportunity. And maybe you will make a difference, like you said in your speech, unlike the failures of your predecessors. But unfortunately, we cannot support this budget because there's too much money being allocated towards these failing entities. But hopefully we can sort this out this year. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Member Neko.
Speaker, thank you very much. The ANC joins protocol observe. Premier of the province, honorable members, our people. The ANC joins the people of the Free State in appreciating the budget speech, which has sharply articulated the issues confronting the provincial economy in relation to the challenges, as well as, most importantly, the plans in terms of how we confront those challenges. But most importantly, the speech has articulated a very important context of the interrelationship between provincial economy and the national economy, and of course, national economy to the global economy. Speaker, we want to draw attention to the issue that the leadership has succeeded to provide leadership on, that immediately after the elections, the election campaign themselves tended towards polarization. There was a measure of fear that the elections would lead to fragmentation and instability in our country, the fact that the transformation of our society would be disrupted, and all efforts to rebuild the economy, the interest of the people, will be derailed. The ANC didn't only accept elections results, but placed the interest of the country, the interest of the people, and of course, our project of democracy above all, even including its own party political interest. And of course, all those political parties that have joined the government of national unity to assure the future of our country.
This is a choice that the ANC had to make. Of course, there were many choices. We chose this one because we place at the center of our political program our country and our people. And that's why the choice of GNU as opposed to coalition government, which has demonstrated itself not only in our country, closer here in Lesotho, that it has not even assisted. We would know about many municipalities in our country where coalitions have collapsed service delivery. And it is our view that indeed the ANC is on the correct side of history. Let's quote the ANC strategy and tactics, a document that the ANC adopted for a period of 5 years. A collective view of what we think is the situation of the world, starting from our country. And the ANC says, I quote, we live in an international era characterized by contradictory political economic trends. On the other hand, there's a deepening crisis of neoliberalism and a resurgence of populism and right-wing nationalism in the global north. And we have observed some of them here today, because the ANC remains as well anti-racist in terms of its agenda. And to us means, and this point is made by Minister Pakstow on the sidelines of the meeting with the United States of America about 3 weeks ago, when we were engaging around a very strategic and important project called AGOA. It's coming to an end. The delegation by Minister Tau has ensured that indeed there's reconsideration, that indeed it will be revived. He makes a point that the ANC, even under the apartheid struggle, has been part of a non-aligned movement in the interest of global order to safeguard the interest of the world, starting of course with our continent. And as a result of the recent happening in the geopolitical space, the ANC also had to assume this responsibility and provide leadership to ensure that Africa remains part of that agreement, as we're dealing, MEC Makuma, with issues of the economy. The second one, recently there was a discussion between Botswana and Namibia, in fact almost a decision, to ban the vegetables from being imported from South Africa to these two countries. And the point that the speech is making around the importance of agriculture for the Free State economy. That those discussions started as far as 2021, and they are about now to reach fruition. Those two countries are reconsidering Premier. Now, if Free State indeed is a food basket of South Africa, it is a one province which must be worried when these international trade relations have been pursued in a manner that they have been pursued. But Premier, we also know that the executive has not been sleeping on the job, made a very sterling intervention in the space of agriculture. 10 million allocation to an apple plant in Bethlehem as part of the interventions to ensure that indeed we achieve the vision that Free State remains, and it will continue to be the food basket of the country. And these have been done realizing that, MEC Makume, as you have indicated, that mining has been a problem for our economy, and all efforts, of course, to revive it as a sunrise industry are indeed welcome. It is the view of the ANC that the decline of our economy, largely as it pertains to job creation, is accounted by the challenges in the mining industry in our province. There's been many shafts closing, and as well the decline, the national decline of manufacturing also affected Free State as a result that we are agriculture, we are processing, we are mining, we are manufacturing. So the intervention that we are making, MEC Makume, your passion around the investment and the revival of the industrial parks throughout the whole province is indeed welcome. Kwakwa Botshabelo as well as Smith. And how you want to reconfigure the entities. You can't change the name of FTC and you think that it will help. You've got to attend to the content of the FTC, the challenges which have been confronting the FTC. And the ANC can argue. FTC is given a very difficult mandate to trade in the market economy, to ensure that it becomes developmental because it can't operate like ABSA. But at the same time to ensure that together with other entities, they also help to revive and develop the economy. Now that balancing would always be difficult given the character of the market economy. It remains brutal even up until today. So the agenda to revive them, MEC Makume, is indeed welcome as opposed to changing the name of FTC as Honorable Van Vuuren is arguing. MEC Makume, the interventions you spelled out will be happening in the year in which we are reflecting on 30 years of democracy. It was the work of Statistics South Africa that gave this country and the world a snapshot of the progress this country has made and the challenges which remain since 1994. Those of us who have followed state aid product releases would agree with me that statistical data is indicating that our economy is 3 times larger and many times more inclusive and diversified than it was 30 years ago. Millions of citizens have been lifted out of poverty. Millions of citizens have been lifted out of poverty. And employment has more than doubled. Despite this progress, millions remain unemployed, particularly youth who are caught up in the structural unemployment where qualification they possess is premium are necessarily not relevant for the job market nor self-employment. One of the interventions which we welcome greatly is on renewable energy. We're very happy, MEC Makume, that you have made a commitment to realize the billions in pledges made during the past 2 provincial investment conferences, as well as the Energy Indaba, including the 2 presidential investment conference. Indeed, that commitment is visionary and demonstrates your ability to understand complex of the issues of the economy, especially leakages in the global arena. The world is not only digital, but also decarbonization of the economy is becoming a serious global standard. Whilst our base load remains coal, renewable energy resources available in our province provide unlimited opportunities to turn around our economy. Free State commands the 2nd highest radiation index in the country after Northern Cape. Even after the ANC has promised and delivered stable electricity supply, at least we are now under 100 days. But the agenda of the renewable energy remains very key. These solar resources, together with the recently discovered God-given helium gas in Virginia, has potential to deliver Free State as an energy hub of the country. Whilst it has many industrial applications, the variable of gas to energy will be a game changer for not only the Free State economy, but the entire national economy of our country. The fight to ensure local beneficiation will be a noble fight to be led by yourself, the executive, of course, under the commandership of the Premier. We agree with you. Allocation made to upscale on the marketing and selling our province to the Free State people. The rest of our country and the world is tapping on a strategic area of the economy with huge potential. Indeed, the ANC is correct through Honorable Deputy Speaker that our location as a province remains very strategic. In terms of the provinces who are connecting, including a country, Lesotho as indicated, but very key, 5 to 7 national roads are crisscrossing our province. And that in itself provides hope that indeed, if this task is being carried in a manner that you have articulated, we will turn the tide. Issues have been made around the SMME, and we really appreciate your commitment, MEC, especially as it pertains to the skills revolution, because there's a very direct relationship between skills development and the economy. As you pursue renewable energy space, surely it must be complemented resources you said have been able to be tapped from national, that we must have young people also here who are artisan in the space of the energy space. And the ANC is very happy and indeed accept your speech that it is a very important piece that takes this province forward, and as a result, the ANC accept the budget vote. But before we close, let's just respond to one or two issues in the remaining time. MKMVA, I mean, yeah, I got my vocabularies to the progressive. I'm not, I'm not, Chair Ngwanesu, how man to in that any area theater, a honorary arena issue. That they caliper, singular decision. Let's be loyal to our decision, however brutal as they are on the members of the ANC. Or if you are suspected of anything, you will step aside and go and deal with that issue. That the caliper for any other thing. It is the ANC that promised our people that we remain an organization that pursues a revolution, and matters of integrity are very important to us. We appreciate what Honorable Jabu Mbalula has said around the cargo airport, but quite importantly, the fact that our character remains as an ANC. The agenda of the oppressed is not lost because of the GNU. No, it's not. It's even contained in the memorandum of understanding that has been signed between all political parties that are progressive, by the way, to support the GNU. Honorable Klute, we agree around the municipal services versus the economy, but the issues of municipalities must also be understood in the context. It cannot just be a sweeping declaration that municipalities are failing. Municipalities are located at the coal face of service delivery. Even if our people don't have services that are necessarily not the competence of municipalities, they march to municipalities. Any other social problem, it is expected that our municipalities must respond to it. Certainly, you must understand the metrics. High levels of unemployment will account for inability of municipalities to collect fiscal capacity, and as a result, be unable to provide. So it's not an issue of the ANC. It is also the broader challenge of governance in our country and how we deal with matters of the economy. But the ANC is on top of that situation, attending to those particular things. You are saying there must be SEZ in Kopanong. We can't disagree. MEC will look into that. We brought about a very strategic empowerment called VBS. You know what happened. So we can't be accused that we are not empowering Africans and blacks. VBS is an example that the ANC government was intervening so that we don't only create jobs, but we transform the economy. You know which leadership has collapsed that thing. I don't have to tell you. So this accusation cannot arise. It cannot. National is responsible for the issue of the interstate. You see how much of it interests them with yet another nefarious agenda like that of VBS. Leave our premier. Premier is providing leadership so that the services in the process, the transformation of the economy, and new entrants are allowed to play in that space. Our agenda is not a racist agenda. The character of the South African economy is a mixed economy. The NC took that decision in 1992, ready to cover. We will allow the private economy also to help to create. So there's nothing wrong with this guy you spoke about, Juan Kronje. For as long as it's delivering, for as long as it's also helping us to create jobs, what is wrong? The issue of the transformation of the economy cannot happen at the pace that you want it to happen so that you locate an opportunity to loot. No, the ANC is in charge of that process. Honorable Van Vuuren, we agree with you on a number of things, except that don't say we must learn from the Western Cape. Black people are in the periphery there in terms of service delivery. That's not our agenda. Part of the problems why we have these challenges in municipalities is that we serve everybody. You are only serving your social group. And we can't be inspired by that as the ANC. And that's why we're saying GNU yet provide another opportunity for us to engage you and unlock you from your fears. Serve everybody, not only a particular social group. Other than that, MEC has articulated on the tourism plan, which we really appreciate. He has articulated on the plans to reconfigure the FDC, including the special economic zone. There are projects happening at the special economic zone. Yes, it has got problems. And those problems arose from the governance issues between special economic zone and FDC. And the MEC is on top of that situation to unlock it so that the special economic zone will derive benefits for the economy of this province. Thank you very much.
Honorable member, we are referring to you as honorable member, and honorable member Mokoena. Excitement again. I want to believe that we are dealing with honorable members. And then I don't have to be calling order on all of you. Honestly, we take this debate very important, and therefore we should participate as such, knowing that we are actually doing this on behalf of the people. The MEC can respond.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think colleagues or honorable members here must know that when you want to kill a cockroach, when it passes on the television, you don't destroy the television. When it passes on the fridge, you don't destroy the fridge. You focus on the cockroach. So if there's a challenge on vandalism, you focus on vandalism. But you don't say, let's destroy the idea that is going to bring job creation, that is going to contribute in the economic growth. You don't do that. So you become responsible when there are problems. You don't act irresponsible also when you are. But because the honorable member, they always do it, you know. Every time when there are challenges, they become equal to contribute to the challenges. The second thing, National Democratic Revolution has its phases. And it depends on what is happening also in the globe, in the country and in the province. So you don't just respond to National Democratic Revolution challenges like a child, you know, who's responding, you don't do that. You look at that phase at that time and analyze it and present some serious solutions to the challenges. So we are not going to withdraw from the interventions that we are doing now because there are challenges that are facing the project. Yes, the project is under challenge. We are not going to do that. And we welcome, Honorable Johnson, we welcome all the parties who will want to contribute positively and without any motive. I was just disappointed when you can only realize that there was a tourism activity only when rugby was playing against Portugal, when our country. There was also a tourism activity when Bafana was playing against Zimbabwe. There was also tourism activity when Kaizer Chiefs was playing against the young champions. So we should not just be, you know, selective, and that selection start to undermine the province. So we need to just to balance these things and become objective when we do all these things. So, Honorable Musang, we will be doing the visits to those areas. But let me tell you, without any doubt that there are programs and projects that are taking place in SEZ Malut. It is for that reason that even other provinces are interested in the MAP SEZ in Malut. If you will have listened to the Premier of Gauteng, he made it very clear that they are so interested in the economic activities that are taking place in Harrismith. They would have not done it if there was nothing that was taking place. That does not mean there are no challenges. There are challenges, and I have said here, you know, sometimes it's better if we learn to listen. I have said here, we need to work smart to ensure that we clear the issue of governance in relation to entities. So if you don't know, SEZ is also an entity. So when I say we are going to review the work and the governance, the leadership of the entities, SEZ is also being included. Now, we are presenting this budget here. It's 666 million. Premier, you will realize in the House here that this money is too little to even attain some of the objectives. So indeed, it is correct to include not only the private sector, but also the financial sector. But I think Premier must also facilitate the meeting between the MEC of Treasury and the MEC of this day, so that we work out a plan with the Treasury and this day to ensure that you are going to support us, Premier, from the point of view of this year, to convince the MEC of Treasury to add more funds to ensure that we achieve this objective. So we want you to facilitate that meeting, Premier. The other issue is that issues of tourism, that it's true, they have been neglected for far too long in the province. But one of the weaknesses that we have maybe outlined was that amalgamation of those two boards previously have compromised tourism in the Free State. So to review it, it will also means dismantling the one and make tourism authority to be independent so that it can then achieve its goals and objectives. Then it will mean tourism activities for the first time will be budgeted as a separate independent entity, and then they will be able to do. You can't rely on tourism only on marketing. You have to rely on tourism even on identifying the products. What are the products of tourism that we have here? Identifying the roads. The tourism roads in this province, they don't benefit the areas that are previously disadvantaged. You have the Clarence roads or tourism roads that are not really impacting on areas just closer to Clarence, including the farms and rural areas around those areas. So you need to work out that plan that will include the people who have been advantaged and those who are disadvantaged, to ensure that at least we work out a plan that will ensure that tourism benefit all, not only the few. So the issue of roads also becomes into place. Issue of products becomes also the important, significant issue that needs to be reviewed. We are also planning, colleagues, to make road shows very soon, where we'll be meeting with the SMMEs who are utilizing the FDC facilities. I can tell you, I agree with Honorable Thabo Meko. The issue here is not the name. The issue is how the FDC manage financial controls of the entity. Once you can focus on clearing and correcting that, whether you call it FDC or what, but it will be able to achieve its own objectives. So it's very much important that we must uproot corruption, put in place systems that are going to control the finances of all the entities. What we know that is that some of the entities, you will find that senior or top level management, their salaries is more than what is being, the salary that is being standardized in the country to be earned by the CEs. So what you need to do is to go in there and review, why do we have these kind of salaries? but you don't have money or value for money for your entity. So these are some of the things that we are going to be struggling with. The other thing is the facilities that are owned by FDC. They are there, some they are not occupied, some those that are occupied, people who are occupying them are not paying back into the FDC. So we need to take action. We need to review them and check those that are being vandalized, they can't work anymore. We need to dispose them. But some, we need to ensure that people with credible, bankable business ideas, they occupy them, and once they occupy them, they get the support. But they are able to make it possible that they pay back the FDC loans and pay back the FDC rental rates. All those who are occupying FDC buildings, they know by now that we are going also to visit them and find modalities on how they must pay. We are not going to track back on the payment. Payment must happen. The colleagues from the FDC were telling me that if we can work smart, before this end of financial year, we might have recruited something like 20 to 30 million that is seated there because people are just not paying.
Honorable MEC, can you please pause for a second?
I see that the MEC might end the reply. His reply.
I'm going to request you to stand,
I wanted to check before the MEC sits down. You know, when he mentions Kaizer Chiefs, he takes deep breath. I want before he leaves.
Honorable member, that is not an order. It's not part of the discussion. Continue, Honorable MEC.
Thank you. So we are presenting this budget, colleagues, so that we can address two things. Firstly, job creation, and secondly, the economic growth. You see, other people are interested in our province. They even talk as if Harry Smith is not part of the Free State. When you listen to the Premier of the Free State of Gauteng, he says there's Harry Smith there. It takes 3 hours from KZN to go to Harry Smith. He put us in that area. He said it takes 3 hours from the Free State to go to Harry Smith. As if Harry Smith is not outside. So there are people who are even seeing the potential of our economic spin-offs that we must be working on. So I'm calling upon all of you and all the Free Staters to work together to build an economy that all of us are going to benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. And that closes the debate for the budget vote for economic, small business development, tourism, and environmental affairs. Honorable members, we then proceed to the debate on Honorable MEC. Honorable members, we then proceed. I'll give over to the Secretary to present motion 2.
That leave be granted for the second reading debate on the appropriation bill number 2 of 2024, vote 11, agriculture and rural development.
Thank you, Secretary. We then proceed to the debate on Honorable MEC's presentation on the budget vote of economic, small business development, tourism, and environmental affairs. Honorable. Oh, we are on agriculture. Oh, let me apologize for that. I'm on the wrong page. Honorable members, the vote before the House is vote 11, agriculture and rural development. The Honorable MEC, Ms. Rockman, may now address the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive and the Legislature, our guests that have joined us today. Good day, Dumelang, goeiedag. It is a privilege to present the budget and policy speech for the 24-25 financial year of Vote 11, Agriculture and Rural Development, as we start the 7th administration led by the Honourable Premier Mema Queen Letsoga Matai. Honourable Speaker, going forward, We anticipate that the budget vote structure and programs will change to include the function of environmental affairs. This is in line with the assignment of the function by the Honourable Premier to our department. A task team has been established between ourselves, the STIA and Provincial Treasury to give effect to the function transfer in terms of Section 3AB of the Public Service Act as amended. In the interim, we continue to work collaboratively with the MEC and HRD, the STIA, on matters relating to the environmental affairs mandate. Agriculture has a significant environmental impact, as is evident from the fact that food production accounts for over a quarter, that is 26% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Half of the world's habitable land is used for agriculture, and 70% of global freshwater withdrawals are used for agriculture. It has been said that agriculture is the common thread that holds together the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The sector's production of food, feed, fibre and fuel will directly and indirectly contribute to the achievement of Goal 2, hunger, malnutrition and sustainable agriculture. In addition, its interconnectivity with Goal 1, poverty alleviation, Goal 4, education, Goal 5, gender equality, Goal 7, energy use, Goal 8, economic growth and development, Goal 12, sustainable growth and production, Goal 13, climate change, and Goal 15, ecosystem management are well defined. The transfer of the environmental function will strengthen a more comprehensive and integrated approach in our provincial contribution to the achievement of the SDGs. Honourable Deputy Speaker, as we celebrate our 30 years of democracy, it provides us with an opportunity to reflect on our progress whilst considering our priorities to achieve our Vision 2030. The 30-year review provides valuable insights. We have to appreciate that the number of households in South Africa almost doubled from 9.1 million in 1996 to 17.8 million in 2022. The impact of this increase on the agricultural and rural development sector should not be underestimated. It not only affects the required increase in food production and unavoidable patterns of consumption, but equally raises the challenges of food security. In addition, it further emphasizes the interconnectedness between agriculture, the environment, as well as the various other sustainable development goals. Emanating from the 30-year review, we further note that the average long-term contribution of agriculture to the national GDP is around 2.8%. Though the agriculture industry contributes around 5% of formal employment, the sector remains the largest single category of employment for black people living in rural areas. The country produced 80% of broilers for the SADC market. The Rural Infrastructure Development Program established more than 440 farmer production support units, which assisted to improve capacity for agricultural production and agro-processing. There are 9 of these units in the Free State, namely at Golokwe, Kroonstad, Vicksburg, the Agri-Hub in Springfontein, Zastron, Wesselsbron, Orendalsdrus, Sediba and the Old Tabansho Abattoir. The Rural Access Index indicates that 66.1% of our population is within 2 kilometers to an all-weather road. As we proceed to realize Vision 2030, our priorities will include the upscaling of agriculture through strengthening successful agricultural support interventions, whilst others less effective must be reviewed for efficacy and restructured. Rebuilding capability for animal and plant disease control, vaccine production and human capital, specifically veterinarians and extension officers, as well as rural road construction, upgrading and maintenance, as well as the continuation of the Welisizwe Rural Bridges program. I'm sure the Honourable Mbalula will elaborate on these matters when he presents his budget vote speech. Deputy Speaker, 2023 was a challenging year for the agriculture sector. During March this year, Stats SA released its GDP fourth quarter 2024 statistics. It noted that the agriculture, or 2023 statistics, I apologize. It noted that agriculture, forestry and fishing industry decreased by 9.7% in the fourth quarter of 2023, primarily due to decreased economic activities reported for field crops, animal products, and horticulture products. It further noted that agriculture recorded its first annual contraction since 2019, shrinking by 12.2%. This was the biggest annual fall in agriculture production since 1995, with a 19.9%. In early June this year, the GDP first quarter indicated that the agriculture, forestry, and fishing industry increased by 13.5% in the first quarter of 2024, contributing 0.3% of a percentage point to our GDP. This was primarily due to increased economic activities reported for horticulture products. It is, of course, too early to determine whether the sector will turn around the annual contraction of 2023. But we must always remember the words of famous Canadian poet and farmer Brian Brett, that farming and indeed agriculture is a profession of hope. The El Nino effect is expected to have less of an impact on agricultural conditions in terms of rainfall because of improved soil moisture from past rainy seasons. However, the South African Weather Service's forecast of above normal minimum and maximum temperatures for this summer remains of great concern. The forecast comes amid warnings from the World Meteorological Organization that the El Nino effect and climate change could lead to record-breaking temperatures over the next 5 years. The 2023 Trends in the Agriculture Sector publication of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development confirms the Free State as a major contributor to the agriculture sector, whilst particular challenges facing certain crops. This is evident from the following statistics in respect of the 22-23 production season. The provincial contribution to maize production was 44%, confirming the Free State as the biggest contributor in the country. The bulk of sunflower seed crops, 52.2%, was produced in our province. Soya beans were primarily grown in our province at 49.2%. 39.3% of groundnuts were planted in the Free State. We produced 26.5% of dry beans and 15.7% of sorghum for commercial purposes. But our province planted 24,000 hectares less wheat than previous production season. In addition to the traditional crop production, the department will support and encourage the production of deciduous fruit in the eastern parts of our province, leveraging off the competitive advantage of our climate and the relative geographical accessibility to all markets. According to Hortgrow, the Free State has 527 hectares of apple orchards, amounting to 817,402 trees planted. Although the Free State only produces 2% of the country's apples, a year-on-year growth of 10% is projected due to the vastness of land, availability of water, and favorable weather patterns. Extensive livestock farming continues to dominate the bigger part of our province, particularly sheep and cattle farming. The production of weaners for the feedlot industry constitute the main form of cattle farming in the province. Livestock farming continues to be faced with particular challenges, including stock loss through wild animals, stock theft, wildfires, and the outbreak of disease. But agriculture is indeed an ideal vehicle through which the province can deal with challenges of poverty, unemployment, and slow economic growth. The sector requires the participation of every stakeholder, whether it is subsistence, emerging, and or a commercial farmer, that each must contribute to advancing transformation and diversification of the agricultural sector. Deputy Speaker, the department receives a budget allocation of 829.092 million for the current financial year, with further allocations of 879.287 million and 915.606 million in the outer MTF years. This means that agriculture's share constitutes only 1.9% of the provincial budget. 508.861 million of equitable share funding is allocated to the programs of administration, sustainable resource use and management, agricultural producer supply and development, veterinary services, research and development, agricultural economic services, agricultural education and training, and rural development. The infrastructure enhancement allocation amounts to 56.2 million, with 6 million for earmarked funds for disaster management. conditional grants amounts to 262.9 million. It comprises of CASP at 197.8 million, Ilima Letsema in the amount of 53.7, Landcare of 9.3 and EPWP of 2 million. The overall increase to the department's fiscal allocation is a nominal 1.8% for the current financial year compared to the adjusted allocation of 24-25. Honourable Deputy Speaker, my predecessor propagated very eloquently for the funding position of the department in his budget vote speech last year. We remain concerned about the continuous decrease in our operating capital as this continues to compromise our frontline services, including critical components of extension and veterinary services over the MTF period. We must find a way to give effect to commitments that will contribute significantly to the growth of the agricultural sector, such as the AU 2003 Maputo Declaration on Agriculture and Food Security and the 10% national budget allocation to agricultural development. It also includes the Malabo Declaration on Accelerated Agricultural Growth and Transformation, the COP28 UAE Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, and the BRICS Ministers signed Declaration on Agriculture outlining areas of collaboration. We are, however, not unaware of the fiscal realities faced by both our country and the province. Whilst continuing to advance the imperative to maximize government fiscal contributions to our sector, we need to be more creative and innovative to explore and secure additional investment and funding opportunities through a combination of funding models and partnerships with the broad public sector, state-owned enterprises, CETAs, institutions of higher learning, as well as the private sector. These partnerships, both financial and non-financial, are pursued within the context of the provisions of applicable legislation and the regulatory framework. Whilst advocating for increased investment and funding in agriculture, we must equally ask ourselves whether our spending choices have yielded the required impact on provincial economic growth and unemployment. In my engagement with officials of the department as well as our stakeholders, I have emphasized that this must surely be at the forefront of our spending decisions and project implementation. We will therefore have to review and strengthen the way in which we conduct the business of the department. This will include improving the processes of our funding cycles and significantly enhancing the monitoring, oversight and evaluation of project and program implementation. The Public Procurement Act will also necessitate us to review our funding models through which we support our farmers. Our 24-25 projects and programs will be guided by the sector priorities and targets towards achieving the NDP Vision 2030 and will be implemented in accordance with our district development model approach. These priorities include job creation and transformation of the sector, our contribution to GDP, promoting food security and reducing the number of households vulnerable to hunger, support to smallholder farmers and black commercialization, retaining diversification and development of markets for agricultural products, both domestically and globally, increasing the levels of investment in agro-processing initiatives, and reducing vulnerability and risks associated with climate change. Our work will further be informed by the approved sector agriculture and agro-processing master plan. In his recent budget speech to Parliament, the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Mr. John Steenhuisen, said, "The AAMP adoption process has enjoyed broad sectoral support, and I have no intention of reinventing the wheel. Instead, the focus will rather be on accelerating implementation of the objectives of the AAMP and ensuring that my department upholds its commitments contained in the plan. We fully support the articulated view of the Minister." The key commodities that the plan intends to address provide us with an opportunity to promote sustainable agricultural practices, enhance climate resilience, and increase yield. It further provides a platform for innovation, research and development to drive technological advancement. The plan seeks to improve infrastructure and agro-logistics, access to finance, forging partnerships and leveraging of available resources. Inclusive economic growth demands a focused investment in agricultural infrastructure and logistics. In the provincial context, It will be realized through our farmer support producer units and our focus on the development of infrastructure and agro-logistics. In seeking to ensure effective integration, particularly of black commercial farmers within the grain value chain, the department will intensify its support to the black commercial grain producers to allow them to capitalize on such opportunities as the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement and the AGOA Trade Pact. Other key areas of the AAMP that we will continue to prioritize include ensuring the safety and maximizing the well-being of all residents, farmers, farm workers and farm dwellers in farming areas. It includes the improvement of the conditions of labor and well-being of farm workers. Earlier this month, we received reports that are of particular concern regarding the living conditions that some seasonal farm workers are subjected to in the Wesselsbron district, as well as an alleged illegal eviction from a farm in Senekal. We continue to deal with these matters in collaboration with relevant sector departments, including Labour, the Police, as well as the National Department of Agriculture and Land Reform and Rural Development, as well as our provincial sister departments. Deputy Speaker, we have noted with concern that some of our projects have either remained unviable, become unviable, or become unsustainable. This is a substantial risk to our agenda of farmer support and development. The unsustainability is caused by various reasons, including inadequate feasibility studies, incomplete infrastructure projects, disruptions in funding, failed implementation methodologies, insufficient monitoring and evaluation of projects, as well as disputes among beneficiaries. It's not only detrimental to the department and potential beneficiaries, but actively undermines the achievement of our broader goals in respect of agricultural transformation, job creation, and economic growth. During this year, we will implement an intervention program which will evaluate and review the viability, sustainability, and repurposing of such identified projects, utilizing a broadly inclusive and consultative approach. We will use 16.7 million for planning and implementation of intervention measures to address these challenges. The agriculture sector needs to respond more effectively to address challenges of unemployment and in particular youth unemployment. The quarterly labour force survey for the first quarter of 2024, released in May this year by Stats SA, noted that the unemployment rate increased slightly to 32.9% in quarter 1 of 2024 from 32.1%. In the last quarter of 2023, the slight increase was ascribed to seasonal factors and generally poor economic conditions. The number of employed persons in the Free State remained almost unchanged between the last quarter of 2023 and the first quarter this year. A year-on-year comparison between the first quarters of 2023 and 2024 indicate, however, that the Free State lost about 48,000 jobs. We will re-engineer our strategy and coordination of providing job opportunities, experiential training, and internship programs within our sector. This will be achieved through the expansion of existing and the creation of new partnerships with SITAs, institutions of higher learning, and the private sector. Some of the initiatives we will undertake include utilizing our 2 million EPWP allocation and other conditional grants to create more than 796 job opportunities. We have set aside about 11.4 million under the Unemployed Agricultural Graduates Program. The program targets qualified unemployed agricultural graduates, and we will accommodate 120 of them in an internship program commencing this financial year. Just earlier this week, we have established a working group with AgriSeta that will focus on strengthening our cooperation in relation to existing programs such as the RPL program with GLEM. The working group will also develop practical interventions to expand our collaboration to include focus areas such as the transition of Glen College graduates to universities, training and skills development programs relating to food security, new technology, and disaster management. Critical to these programs will be practical exit strategies such as linkages to workplaces to ensure that we do not train for unemployment. The working group will also look into a more holistic approach to improve coordination of initiatives between the public and private sector, thereby ensuring that we supplement instead of duplicate our efforts. We expect a report from the working group by the end of August this year. Dalrad commissioned the National Food and Nutrition Security Survey 2020 to 2022. The overall results showed that most of the households, 63.5% at national level, experienced food insecurity, whilst only 36.5% of households were food secure. 22% of households in the Free State and Mpumalanga experienced severe food insecurity. Results of the NFNSS and related surveys such as Stats SA Regional Vulnerability Assessment and Analysis and the State of Food Insecurity have therefore been used to guide the allocation of PES 3 funds for all 9 provinces. The Free State Department of Agriculture has been allocated approximately 32.2 million for the implementation of PES 3 in the 24-25 year. Programs will focus on supporting subsistence producers in the agriculture sector. All districts will receive report, but noting that the allocation of this support will be based on the results of the National Food and Nutrition Security Survey. The allocations will therefore be as follows: Zweliputswa 30%, Thaba Mfutsinyane 25%, Fazili Dabi 20%, Karib 15%, and the Mangaung Metro 10%. Biosecurity is critical to enhance our export opportunities. We need to invest in our veterinary services capacity, infrastructure and systems that will contribute to the traceability of our produce and products. The Free State is the third largest exporter after Gauteng and the Western Cape. We are currently exporting 60% to Lesotho, mainly meat and dairy, 15% to other neighboring countries, mostly dairy and animal feed, 10% to Europe, hunting trophies, 5% to the Middle East, mostly meat, and a variety of products, 10% to various other countries. Our veterinary services continues to promote a healthy animal population through animal health and disease control interventions. We must acknowledge that our veterinary services performs exceptionally well, despite severe resource and capacity constraints. This is evident from an overview of the functions performed during the past financial year. 8,209 veterinary export certificates were issued, which facilitates international trade. An average of 700 health certificates were issued monthly in respect of a total of 178 import-export facilities in the Free State. A total of 476 facilities that produce meat were inspected. A total of 2,804 samples were collected for targeted disease surveillance for avian influenza as well as foot and mouth disease, and a total of 59,016 laboratory tests were performed by our 2 provincial veterinary laboratories in Bloemfontein and Kroonstad. We will maintain and renovate our veterinary clinics, attend to the required servicing of equipment, procure medicine, and attend to biosecurity measures to manage and prevent disease risks. Honourable Deputy Speaker, on Glen College of Agriculture, the total student population of Glen is 232 for the current academic year. It includes 66 first year, 94 second year, and 72 third year students. Students are registered for either animal production or crop production. Colleges of Agriculture will be transferred to the Higher Education Colleges under the Higher Education Act with effect from 1st April next year. We support the transfer of Colleges of Agriculture to the National Competence and their declaration as higher education colleges. It will be beneficial to our students and learners who want to pursue their studies at Glen Agriculture College. During this financial year, the process of ensuring the accreditation of the college shall be prioritized. Our engagements with the college, the SRC and the private sector emphasize the need to strengthen practical work and experiential training opportunities for students. We are developing a multi-party compact that will bring together the department, the college, organized agriculture and the private sector to address this imperative within the next 3 months. The CASP allocation to Glen Agriculture College amounting to 1.1 million will be utilized towards the revitalization and renovation of existing infrastructure as well as supporting the ICT environment. But Deputy Speaker, we cannot exclude Glen Farm from this conversation. I have shared my vision that we must work to return Glen to be a productive farm that enables students to gain practical experience, to provide a platform for agricultural research, collaborating with other institutions, and its own way contribute to our food security and job creation initiatives. We have received enthusiastic support and commitment from various stakeholders to collaborate and support the work that we will be undertaking in this regard. On natural disasters, Deputy Speaker, it obviously has a massive impact on agriculture. It includes the recent floods and veld fires in the province. We need to be much better prepared to mitigate such risks and assist farmers and farm workers in these extreme conditions. During this month, last month actually, the department has been inundated by reports from the farming community regarding outbreaks of veld fires in various parts of our province, mostly in the Eastern Free State, but as well as Garib, Durban, Futsinyani, and Mangung. We have visited the affected areas in Clarence and Pietersburg, and we have observed the aftermath of the damage caused in the Kroonstad district, both by fire and floods. And we urge all residents of the Free State to remain vigilant and aware of the persistent risk of veld fires during this fire season. One remains appreciative and impressed by the collective effort of farmers, farm workers, and the working on fire teams who work tirelessly to combat veld fires. Though COGTA leads our disaster management coordination and response, we have requested that we jointly engage with the working on fire teams regarding the adequate deployment and utilization of firefighting resources allocated to the Free State. We have allocated an amount of 6 million to support our farmers affected by disaster, acknowledging that this is not nearly enough. Deputy Speaker, rural safety is part and parcel of our provincial crime prevention approach to address the needs of rural communities, including farming communities. There should be no doubt that the imperatives of the safety and well-being of our farming communities, including farmers, farm workers, and farm dwellers, as set out in the AAMP, will find expression in the Free State. We recently had an engagement with the neighbouring farmers of Glen, and we were fortunate that the MEC responsible for community safety, roads and transport, the Honourable Mbalula, Mangung Executive Mayor, Councillor Gregory Tatisi, and the chairperson of our portfolio committee, the Honourable Sikwabela, could join us in this engagement. One of the aspects that were particularly emphasized was the continued impact of stock theft, not only from Glen Farm, but also on the farms of our neighbours. These are not just sporadic incidents, but the work of well-organized and armed stock theft syndicates. It is also indicative of a much larger problem of stock theft in the province. This is an area of work that we will jointly address under the leadership of the Honourable MEC Community Safety, Roads and Transport, while strengthening our working relationship with the SAPS. As directed by the AAMP, we will seek to accelerate the development and maintenance of on- and off-farm infrastructure such as roads, especially what we term our agriculture economic roads, storage, water reticulation and energy supply. Further priority areas will include on- and off-farm marketing infrastructure within and across major rural areas where most of the agribusiness is situated. We will cooperate with our relevant sister departments, water boards and state-owned entities to realize the successful implementation of these initiatives. Inclusive economic growth demands a focused investment in agriculture. Through existing agri-parks and sustainable farmer production support units, agri-hubs and rural-urban market centres, we will revitalize the rural economy and support agro-processing. The support will entail increased investment in providing shared mechanization. Based on the assumption that 5% of all crop fields in the province, that is a total of 155,577 hectares, is cultivated by small-scale farmers. We can deduct that the mechanization initiative from national government will allow Free State farmers to cultivate 7,200 hectares of fields. This additional amount is 5.5% of the total area under cultivation by small-scale farmers in our province. A very important fact which becomes clear is that the mechanization support of the past 5 years, combined with the support of national government, accounts for only 8% of the total mechanization needs of small-scale farmers in the province. The department is also provided by other role players such as Grain SA and some other commercial agricultural cooperatives. It is clear that, however, we need to do a lot more when it comes to mechanization. We have set aside 20.6 million to support our farmers in this regard. Honourable Deputy Speaker, commonages are recognised as both a critical asset and foundation for local economic development of municipalities, and also an important livelihood asset for the poor and unemployed. There is a need for much closer collaboration between our department and our local government sector relating to the development, management and utilisation of commonages to advance the broader goals and objectives of our sectors. During this financial year, we intend to initiate a review of our support and contribution to commonage development, and we will be working with the local government sector, other sector departments and stakeholders to strengthen our role in this critical area. Household food security is likely to remain under pressure during this year. Food price increases add huge pressure to already stretched household budget. It remains a challenge to maintain a sound, sustainable and resilient food sector amid rising production costs and biosecurity issues, whilst ensuring access to safe and affordable food for all. We are equally aware of the scale and dimensions of the food security crisis emanating from Lesotho, as Prime Minister Sam Matekane declared a national disaster as a result of the drought caused by El Nino. We continue to promote the Household Food and Nutrition Security Program to support the hungry, vulnerable and food insecure households to help increase the number of households involved in agricultural activities for own consumption and marketing of the surplus produce. We will collaborate with the Department of Social Development to support the establishment of food gardens at our community development nutrition centres. There is an excellent food garden project implemented at the Reika Letsie High School in Koffiefontein in Letsemeng. It's implemented as a partnership between various stakeholders, including the Letsemeng municipality, the diamond mine, AgriSeta, SEDA and an implementing agent. 25 farmers received AgriSeta accredited NQF Level 4 technical training, farming expertise and ongoing mentorship. 10 of those 25 farmers have created a cooperative which now operates at the Reika Letsie High School. They were also trained by SEDA cooperative training on vegetable production to enable them to manage the cooperative effectively. One of the offset markets include a local retailer. There are important lessons to be learned from this initiative that will inform our program to implement food gardens at schools throughout the Free State. There is no doubt that we have to bring our children into a new relationship with food that connects them with agriculture. Ultimately, the vision is that the school vegetable gardens should feed into the school nutrition program. We've had various discussions with the Honourable MEC for Education, and we will be formalising an implementation agreement between our respective departments to realise this vision. Whilst this process is being formalised, we want to encourage Honourable Members of the House to take the initiative and lead the rollout of the program. We will be providing 2 vegetable seed packs to each Honourable Member, and we want you to invite you to identify a school within your community or constituency where we will assist you to establish a vegetable garden, provide you with the relevant equipment, and provide training and support to the education and learners that will be responsible to take care of the food gardens. This is where we will start to establish a culture that encourages food production as opposed to the consumption culture that has been embedded in our communities. We can never sufficiently acknowledge and appreciate the excellent work done by our farmers, farm workers and farm dwellers in ensuring food security for our people. On agricultural extension, alternatively referred to as advisory services, this is a formal process of delivering information to farmers, particularly new techniques for production and harvesting, but also other information needed to flourish and compete in a fast-changing world. Our extension and advisory services have been operating within a constrained enabling environment, but the recent allocation of 12 additional pool vehicles procured through our ERP budget
must support the enhanced productivity and effective and efficient extension services. Our targeted support during this financial year will be comprehensive for subsistence, smallholder and commercial farmers through the commodity value chain. Focus will be on providing training, extension and advisory services, infrastructure investment and agro-logistics. We have allocated 26.086 million to support extension and advisory services. The allocation for Ilima Letsema conditional grant is 53.740 million. We will be implementing 12 projects and programs under this grant, benefiting 13 beneficiaries, 4,327 food security beneficiaries, whilst anticipating the creation of 203 jobs. On our CASP funding, the budget allocation is 80.860 million, anticipating the creation of 593 jobs. At the start of Women's Month, Deputy Speaker, let us acknowledge the fact that women make up 43% of the global agricultural labor force. Yet women face significant barriers when it comes to land and ownership, equal pay, participation in decision-making, and access to credit, financial services and markets. These are the issues we will continue to address through our departmental work. And later this month, we will be celebrating excellence through our Women in Agriculture Awards. I wish to encourage honourable members to actively support our projects of our emerging and small-scale farmers by buying products and produce directly from them. Last week we met Mr. Tatu Palazzi from the Egon project in Kroonstad, and I think he has joined us today. We could acknowledge him if he is in the audience. I have personally purchased 30 trays, one on behalf of each of us, of eggs from him, which he delivered today. And after the sittings today, we are handing over those eggs to the MEC Social Development for distributions to beneficiaries identified by our department. Mr. Palazzi is one of the young people in agriculture that gives us hope. His commitment and dedication is an example to all of us. Our department will work closely with the private sector to ensure the development of on-farm level silos and a fertilizer plant in the province. In addition, we will work to improve logistics efficiency, intensify the promotion of South African products in export markets, and sustain solid relations with existing critical export markets and securing expansion into new markets. Our province has to address the issues of new agricultural industries such as the production of hemp and cannabis. Our provincial department must formalize an appropriate provincial framework in terms of medicinal cannabis and hemp production. Until such time that this is done, we will be directed by the National Cannabis Master Plan. We must at least be able to assist with research, production support, extension and advisory services, and other support for cannabis and hemp. We must also collaborate with DISTIA to support us to ensure that issues relating to funding, co-funding, investment, economic viability, and required offset agreements are in place. We are currently conducting a comprehensive analysis of various project proposals received from a number of interested parties, including the Garib Mega project. We have not as yet issued a public call for expression of interest, and this may be necessary to implement a fair and competitive process to access available financial support. Our available funding is 8 million for the current financial year. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I have met various key stakeholders in the first few weeks in office, and they have shared valuable views and inputs and constructive criticism on how we can improve not only our relations, but the way in which we conduct ourselves. And it has given me a new understanding of the words of former US President Dwight Eisenhower when he said, "Farming looks mightily easy when your plow is a pencil and you are 1,000 miles from the cornfield. It is when you are on the ground that you begin to understand the real challenges that our farming sector faces." We will continue to work closely with our stakeholders to build, transform and strengthen our sector. But our work cannot succeed if we are not inherently passionate about agriculture in general and farming in particular. Farming is the manifestation of our dance with nature, a partnership that can bring joy and abundance, but needs backbreaking work that at times lead to nothing but heartbreak and devastation. There is no room for half measures in this industry. It's either all in or all out. And these are the characteristics that we respect and appreciate.
Honorable Member, your time is up. Thank you.
Of all the men and women, young and old, able and disabled.
Thank you,
I thank
Honorable Member. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable MEC. I will now allow speakers to engage on the debate. Honorable Viceroy Mahlatsi, you may now take the podium.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, thanks for using that name. I really enjoy using it. But I share the name with a friend on the left here. Yes, I'm Viceroy, he is Roy. Okay. Let me acknowledge the Speaker. Let me acknowledge the Deputy Speaker, the Premier of the Free State, Honorable Makwin Lutsua Matai, Deputy members of the Executive Council, members of the Free State Legislature, traditional leadership that are here, heads of departments that are here, distinguished guests, and media houses that are here. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to thank you to address this August House. Speaker, we paid tribute to more than 20,000 women who marched to Union buildings on the 9th of August in 1956 to protest against the extension of the past laws to women. We value the contributions of women and girls to our society and to the quality of our lives today. We condemn violence against women taking place at any corner of our country. This August House sits in a few days after we have experienced yet another gender-based violence incident at Tabon Clinic within Machabe municipality, where one of the patients walked in and poured a bucket of feces on the employees of the Department of Health. And that really continues to be gender-based violence that we will not accept. And that happens whilst we are still mourning the passing of our young leader from the African National Congress Youth League in the same region. Speaker, the food security and nutrition is a fundamental right, but many people in our continent are deprived of this right. About 1/3 of African children are undersized in their growth and suffer from various physical and mental complexities. The UN SDG 2 aims to end all forms of hunger and malnutrition globally by 2030, but Africa is off track. The pandemic has thrown the continent into serious uncertainty about implementation of SDG number 2. Food production in this continent should be increased proportionally to the increased population. Honorable Speaker, studies reveal that the main determinants of food, livelihood, and nutrition security are the same for urban and rural areas. However, there's a wide variation in the factors that affect these determinants. For an example, urban households are more dependent on food purchase, which, if they have sufficient purchasing power, can lead to a more varied diet and higher reliance on ready-made and fast foods compared to the rural households. Our province is urbanizing in various fronts. I will mention two for the purpose of my contribution. Firstly, there's voluntary urbanization when people are looking for better opportunities in urban areas. And that creates a situation where small pieces of land are crowded in that particular space, therefore leaving no space for people to engage in food, to plant food gardens and all those other creative issues. The other challenge that we're facing is that in our province, farm evictions continues to take place, and that also creates a huge pressure on our municipal infrastructures and also exacerbating the food security issues. Food access has a direct impact on dietary diversity and has been seriously affected by rising food, fuel, conflict, and primary and secondary effect on natural disasters and urban areas across the globe. Unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, poor female-headed urban households are those with high dependency ratios and tend to have dietary diversity equal to that of the rural poor. As the urban poor tend to depend on income from precarious informal jobs, they rarely meet their consumption needs. They are more likely to employ risky coping mechanisms, including high levels of debt. Women are more likely than men to have less secure and irregular jobs. This affects breastfeeding, infant feeding, childcare practices, especially for those without family support. We must adapt their work patterns and use in order to avoid in order to improve quality childcare. Although urban areas have traditionally been considered better served in terms of healthcare, education, and sanitation, a closer look at this, at the evidence reveals the proximity does not always equate to access. Both cost of services and urban livelihood strategies include long journeys to places of work, long working hours, limited access by the urban poor to healthcare, community nutrition, and other services. Declining food security increases the prevalence of acute malnutrition amongst children and vulnerable communities. Speaker, members of our communities who are on chronic medication need to always be on a nutritious diet, and if the medication provided is to be effective, it therefore stands to reason that our health facilities in the province cannot win the battle without implementation of food security intervention. It also stands to reason that the burden of disease will drastically reduce with adequate food security, resulting in lesser dependency on the health intervention. Food insecurity has a direct impact on people's general health, well-being, including their mental health. Not knowing where your next meal may come from can be extremely stressful experience for anyone, and that's what we're experiencing in the province. And human development would always be without food. Women development would always be difficult without food security, and the people's minds would always be preoccupied with hustling for the next meal. The demands of the first level of human needs, as described by Maslow, would always take precedence. We need to break this poverty cycle. Poverty has even crept to employed individuals. Workers are hungry whilst they are at work, and this is not a healthy situation. Speaker, I'm confident that the budget vote of my colleague, Honorable Elsa B. Rockman, addresses the fundamental challenges in terms of food security, and the implementation of her plans shall bring positive health outcomes and improve life expectancy of the people of the Free State. I'm also confident that the budget will deliver on priority number 3 of the ANC manifesto, which talks about tackling the high cost of living, food being the highest cost factor in working class family expenditure. With these few words, I support the budget vote of Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, may I remind the honorable members of the House rules that we have adopted in this House, Rule 83 of A, that every member shall bow to the presiding officer in passing to and from his or her seat. I just needed to remind the House because I've picked up on a tendency of some members that seem not to be abiding to the rule. On that note, I will now recognize Honorable Fuku in the absence of Honorable Mkabela. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, honorable members, I'm here again, honorable members, standing before you standing here to come and reject the budget because the budget, it was focused on intervention. Honorable Speaker, ha ke mametse honorable member a beha ditaba tsa hae tsa budget. O buile dintlha tse ding tse hlokolosi haholo. One of them is about our black people who are suffering. Ba tsamayang 2 kilometers ho tloha moo ba dulang teng ho ya ho lo palama dibese tsane tse re buileng ka tsona pele tsa interstate. That must come to an end. That must come to an end. Ho thwe dibese tse ba nkang ho tloha dipolasing o tshwantse ba di late dikilometara tse 2. Our black people. That must come to an end to this government. I attempted to talk about the land, the issue of land, but at least the intervention and the money that you receive is going to make an impact, Premier. Why I'm saying that? Hona le botsotsi le boshodu bo etsahalang moo. Ke utlwile ho bua ka, I quote on your speech, honorable member. These are not just a sporadical incident, but a work of a well-organized and armed stock theft syndicate. Ha re bue ka batho ba utswang ba ka hara department. We were supposed to say also le bona, they are going to be arrested. They must be arrested. Dikgomo tseo tse ba di utswitseng tseo tsa land, we know about those things. They must be arrested, MEC. They must go to jail. So, ke yona taba e nngwe e ne le hore e hlokolotsi haholo, Honorable Speaker, e re tletseng mona ke ka hoo ke itseng ha ke qala ka re leihlo la setjhaba, re ditsebe tsa setjhaba, ha re etseng tse setjhaba.
And your time is
se re
up,
re di etse.
honorable member.
Thank you very much. I thank you. Yes.
I will now recognize Honorable Zanele Sifuba.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier, the members of the Executive Council, members of this August House, traditional leaders here present, Chapter 9 and 10 institutions, leaders from different entities of government, people of the Free State, greetings. This department holds the death the life and death of humankind and everything living in it. This is because everything alive and living finds life from the land, including agriculture that is born out of it. That is why the first thing that was used to take our dignity away as Africans was to take the land and left us as beggars and farm workers in our own land. It is also the reason why, as the organization, we make the point of examining, emphasize, reaffirm the expropriation of land, which we believe it will give our people our dignity back and have them use that as an important factor of production. Honorable Deputy Speaker, agriculture as a primary sector in our economy should be one sector that we must ensure it leads in that project of ensuring that the 6 priorities that have been presented by the ANC to the voters of inclusive economy are realized. And we are delighted to know that the department is giving attention to Glen College because it means that speaks to the giving opportunities to young people in order to be able to take part in farming. This department, therefore, is tasked with that work, and also the decline of food security can be kept if we can rigorously ensure that people are encouraged to get into the space of farming and agriculture. And the 30 years of democracy, we understand it as the 3 decades marked with growth of population, which has implications that more should be produced so that no child or anyone goes to bed hungry. The common ages in the province, therefore, must be given an opportunity to be able to augment whatever is done by the mainstream agriculture and, of course, be regulated so that we don't find ourselves experiencing what we experience with the SMEs, spaza shops that we find that are not regulated and operating illegally in our country. We have noted the damage done by climate change, which scientists say it is caused by the thinning of the ozone layer, resulting to the earth that is overheated because of pollution which is caused by the rise of industrialization, and end result is floods, uncontrollable flood fires, drought. This has a detrimental effect on agriculture and a serious impact on food security. It then becomes a concern of on government as one of those factors that are uncontrollable. But we must find ways and means, as we know that there are many climate change conferences that are called out there. But as long as there is no willingness from the side of the biggest culprits, which are the developed countries that have masses to be able to deal with this climate change, it is not happening. So we are hoping that our department will also continue, even if in a small scale, having those gatherings with the different stakeholders to be able to say, how can we make sure that we protect our farmers from experiencing these field fires? We protect our farmers and support our farmers, both big and small, from making the losses instead of growing the economy. Because what we are experiencing is the contradictions. Indeed, if one would tap into Marx's dialectics, that when there is a negative and a positive, it means they have to come together and work together. There are the contradictions because there can be nothing that moves without negative and positive. The point I'm trying to make as a Deputy Speaker is that we need this industrialization in high scale, but the impact it negatively has is that of destroying our health and destroying our nature and causing all these illnesses that we are having. So on the other hand, we need more industries, but at the same time, we are having our health being destroyed. The department then is tasked with the responsibility.
Thank you,
of
Honorable
promoting
Member.
that,
You may take your
Honorable
seat.
Deputy Speaker,
Thank
I
you,
support the
Honorable
vote
Member.
of the Department of Agriculture and
Honorable
Rural
Member,
Development.
thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable members, You must desist from the agitation to continue. Time is allocated and we must at all times stick to the time. The Honorable A. Klute, you may now take the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I must say there's some sweet justice in how MK expropriated an ANC brand without compensation. Speaker, during last year's budget speech, the MEC's predecessor said, and I quote, "As Dubai invested in oil, the Free State need to fully invest in agriculture," end quote. Indeed, a noble endeavor. After all, we all agree the Free State is the breadbasket of the country. In fact, some even say the continent. Why wouldn't government fully invest in farming? So what happened in the meantime? Well, 2 seasons of veld fires later, and we saw the devastating effect of a natural disaster on agriculture. We also saw all the photos of scorched and scalded animal carcasses lying in desolate fields across the province. Nearly whole crops lost after fires left behind their trail of devastation. MEC, the 6 million rand for the disaster relief, although not much, is welcomed, but we need to fast track as well the process to ensure farmers benefiting as quickly as possible. And let's hope the disaster management measures are in place. The reason I say this is, let me remind to the House, by the end of last year, there appeared to be some glimmer of hope when the provincial treasury in the adjustment budget announced a 44 million rand support to affected farmers. At least at that stage, one had the feeling the provincial government was saying to farmers, "We've got your back." But it wasn't meant to be. In fact, the 44 million was subject to the affected areas being declared disasters, which unfortunately never happened, and the money was reprioritized elsewhere. At least, Premier, your previous department saw an opportunity to buy graders for Yellow Fleet, and thank you for that. But in all fairness to the department, one could argue it was not their fault. In fact, this is the danger of an overly centralized unitary state and government. Someone in the national department sitting in an office in Pretoria has no idea what's going on in the literally burnt grassroots levels of a province. MEC, that's basically what Arsenal warned us against. Ons hoor die regering praat van voedselsekuriteit as 'n prioriteit, maar wanneer die wat die hardste daaraan werk, hulp die nodigste het, draai die regering as dit ware sy rug op boere en plaaswerkers. Kommersiële boere is gereeld op hulle eie aangewese en vir hulself verantwoordelik. Ons kan nie toelaat dat swak beleid, swak maatreëls en onnodige administratiewe romslomp ons boere herinner om kos op die tafel te sit nie. Beskerm ons boere LER, al ons boere, en kom ons maak seker ons mense kan eet. Baie dankie.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Let me now recognize the Honorable A. Chabalala.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Member Queen Letsoa Matai, members of the Executive Council, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committees, Honorable members of the Free State Legislature, Executive Mayors, Speakers and Councillors of the municipalities present, traditional leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Tumela Nkele Hlompile. Honorable Speaker, provincial budget should not just be a financial document, they must be a statement of priorities. Therefore, the question that we must ask is, what are the priorities of this department, and do they reflect the needs and challenges of the people of this province? Province ena, ke sejana sa dijo tsa setjhaba ka kakaretso. Dihwai mapolasing a rona ke motheo wa moruo wa temo, mme ka boikitlaetso ba bona ba kgona ho neletsana ka dijo ho bo ramabenkele, mme bo ramabenkele ba fepele setjhaba. Ke ka lebaka leo re reng ho bohlokwa hore re tsetele haholo tabeng ya temo.
The budget should take account of rising input costs, market access issues and climate change and land reform. Mapolasi a rona a sebetsa ka katleho. Basebetsi ba mapolasing ba sebetsa ka thata letsatsi le letsatsi ho netefatsa hore re na le dijo tseo re ka di sebedisang. The budget must not forget them. These are just a few of the monumental challenges that require revolutionary action and substantial investment and a commitment to the people of this province. Effective agricultural development depends on robust infrastructure such as roads and railway, which fall under various departments. Improved coordination amongst departments is crucial to support the agricultural sector adequately and unlock its full potential. The budget does not equip our farmers with the tools they need to feed the nation and compete globally. It leaves them vulnerable, exposed, and unsupported. Honorable Speaker, this budget is not just about agriculture. It is also about the millions of people living in our rural areas that are systematically neglected for far too long. We need to ensure that every citizen, no matter where they live, has access to basic services, infrastructure, and opportunities. We cannot have budget that continues the cycle of neglect, that underfunds rural infrastructure projects, leaving roads in disrepair, schools under-resourced, and healthcare facilities understaffed. The budget is a clear indication that this government has no real plan to lift our rural areas out of poverty and underdevelopment. This budget fails our emerging farmers, those brave individuals who are trying to break into industry that favors the certain group of people. Black farmers are not given support by the department, where they are forced to lease their farm in terms that are unacceptable. As a result, they are eventually forced to sell their land. Ena ke ketsahalo e etsahalang mane, Ward 17 Paul Hooks plus in Ebitswan Daycare Fontaine. You cannot. Bothata bo ntse bo tswela pele ba ho evictua ha baahi ka hare ho mapolasi ke ba basweu. Lelapa la Hambuyane le dulang polasing ya Astbury mane Moqhaka ke mahlatsipa a ho lelekwa ke baahi moo ho tloha ka 1975. Empa rapolasi e mong le mong a kenang ha fihla fela o bapalla hodima bona wa ba leleka. Ba se ba ituletse ka manganga mme le mesebetsi ha ba e fuwe hobane ha hona moo ba ka yang teng. Mane Tuespruit ho na le mme Mamoeketsi polasing moo. Mme Mamoeketsi le yena ke lehlatsipa la ho lelekwa. O se a le over 60 years. Ka lebaka la hore ha sana matla a ho sebetsa, o se a tejela. Ebile lekgowa le hanne le mo fa tjhelete ya molekane wa hae. Lelapa le leng ke lelapa la ha Molaba polasing ya Aberfeld mane Kestell. Le lona lelapa leo ka dilemo tse telele ke batho ba the 16th century. Ka nako e telele batho ba makgowa a dula a ntse a ba leleka, mme le bona ba ituletse ka manganga, ba tingwa tsohle, ha bana metsi, ha bana motlakase, ba dula ka nako eo makgowa a tshelang tjhefu masimong, ba ba fafaletsa le bona. O bolaelwa diphoofolo wa nne a fafatswe ka tjhefu mmoho le bana ba hae. So re le mokgatlo wa EFF, we reject this budget. We demand a budget that reflects the true needs of our people, that invest in our future, that lift up the marginalized and the deliveries of the promises of freedom and equality for all. This is our moment of truth for economic freedom in our lifetime. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable R. Jankelson, you may now take the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon, Honorable colleagues and our friends and visitors in the gallery. Honorable Deputy Speaker, agriculture remains one of the most important sectors in the Free State economy. This sector punches far above its weight, more than any other sectors in the provincial economy in terms of economic contribution and job creation. Statistics South Africa indicate that the province with the largest income from sales of goods and services in the agriculture and related services industry in 2022 was the Western Cape with 78.6 billion or 19% of the industry total, followed by the Free State with 57.2 billion or 13.9% of the industry total. We don't want to be second. We want to be first. The Free State must become the top producing agricultural province in the country, and we can do this. Agriculture in our province contributes 5% to the provincial economic activity, higher than the national average of 3%, and the contribution of this sector to the Free State gross domestic product is about 9%, which makes it one of the main contributors. This sector is directly responsible for 11% of jobs and probably about 20% when calculating further employment up and down the agricultural value chain. Most of the province's rural economies are dependent on agriculture and agricultural support services. The Free State also remains the main food basket of the country, producing 50% of all sunflower seeds, 44% of maize, 27% of soybeans, and the list goes on as mentioned by the Honourable MEC. The only reason why the Western Cape remains above the Free State is because of their emphasis on agri-processing and aggressive international marketing that gives them 55% share in all agricultural exports. We are at this stage, the MEC mentioned third, but we again should be first. We must invest in and encourage agri-processing through investment in infrastructure such as roads and improving municipal services to make our small towns attractive for investors. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I visited one of the agri-processing plants in Wesselsbron, and it's amazing to see what people can do. The largest grain silo, the size of a rugby field, with 8 sides in Southern Africa, is in Wesselsbron in the Free State. We must emulate this in other towns and other areas of the province. Our food producers and subsistence, emerging and commercial farmers and their employees, together with the thousands of people who support this sector, remain provincial and national assets. Yet they face a constant uphill battle to survive within a hostile political, economic, security, and environmental milieu. On a political level, our farmers are victims of continuous verbal attacks through negative and often hateful political rhetoric. On an economic level, our agricultural sector on the receiving end of Eskom failures, price hikes on input costs such as fuel, fertilizer, and other items, interest rate increases, as well as massive costs and inconvenience of our poor provincial roads network, among many others. Our farmers are constantly on the receiving end of various forms of crime, including brutal and heinous murders, the theft of livestock, vehicles, equipment, and grazing, as well as arson. Cross-border crime is a major source of underproduction along the rural communities on the Lesotho border. Often the theft of expensive equipment is for the illegal scrap metal industry, a huge waste. Climate change, veld fires, droughts, and even floods destroy lives and livelihoods on an unprecedented scale with very little disaster relief from government. Only 6 million this year, as the MEC mentioned. We have to increase this in future budgets. When support is allocated in the full amounts, have in the past not reached the neediest people due to skimming of those amounts by third parties. I'm once again going to quote Jeffrey Herbst and Greg Mills in their book, How South Africa Works and Can Do Better. They say there, and I mentioned this last year as well, but it is important to repeat it, and I quote, like any other sectors, those who survive and prosper will be the better farmer, marketer, and entrepreneur, improving yields and technology, and inserting themselves into local and global value chains. Close quote. This is what our farmers in the Free State have learned to do. They know that farming is not just about land, but also requires modern equipment, infrastructure, capital, and the most important thing, which is expertise and entrepreneurship. I think it's important that when we train people at colleges such as Glen, that we include training in business management and entrepreneurship, because that is where most projects in the Free State fall short, and that is why so many of them fail. The Free State Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has spent large amounts of money on various projects. The 12 Elima Letsema projects are meant to benefit black subsistence, emerging and commercial projects, and 57.7 million rand will be spent on these projects in this financial year with 13 beneficiaries. Similarly, the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, COSP, receives 80.7 million rand with 28 projects and 850 beneficiaries. The question is, with all this money spent every year, how many of these projects are independently sustainable, and how many of the annual beneficiaries continue to benefit from these projects in following years? Most of these projects are set up, the implementing agents and the people who do the construction, they benefit, and then the projects fail and the beneficiaries are left destitute. More than 150 million was spent on the Diatalawa Agri-Village. There's very little to show for it today. Similar projects we can talk about are the Harep Fish Project, the farms there, the Virginia Poultry Project, Frankfurt and Viljoenskroon Poultry Project, Heilbron Piggeridge, the Woodbridge Project, and the list goes on of projects that are currently not benefiting the beneficiaries that they were intended to benefit. Every year, the program on farmer support underspends in their budget and underperforms. Yet again this year we see them getting 349 million rand. I think our agricultural sector will benefit much more if you take that money and put it into the Department of Roads so that we can actually fix the infrastructure that they depend on. Let's again use the Vrede Dairy Project, and I don't want to go into all the details of this project again, but the beneficiaries of this project last year received a couple of kilograms of meat and 1,300 rand voucher. That is after hundreds of millions of rands were spent on this project. Obviously, there's something very wrong with the way that we approach beneficiation in the Free State. If we look at this department, we also see that last year the Auditor General gave a very scathing report. In the 2022-2023 financial year, the Auditor General raised a number of issues relating to control systems, measures that were not in place to ensure accountability, the lack of information systems, contracts with unregistered contractors, and again, the list goes on. I'm not going to mention them all here. We're also very concerned by the interference that took place within the department by the former MEC of Agriculture. Currently, the result of that this department is sitting with 2 heads of human resources, 2 legal, and 2 heads in the financial section. This is because of political interference and cronyism within that department. We remain hopeful that the 7th administration in the Free State will do things differently, Honourable Premier and Honourable MECs. We hope that they will consult with all role players in the industry and look at the issues facing this important sector through a holistic lens. This sector requires support from various departments, including those responsible for roads, economic development, police, local government, education, and health. The Free State government is too departmentalized and not outcomes-based. We can promote transformation in agriculture by implementing the following principles in the agricultural projects. Choosing beneficiaries already involved in agriculture, not just taking them from towns and putting them on these projects. Focusing on developing family businesses among emerging farmers. The MEC mentioned Mr. Tatu Palazzi, who is here. I'm sure that is a family business, and that is why that business is successful. Making more municipal land available for commonages and managing commonages a lot better. The list, again, goes on how we can improve it, and we will use this list in our interactions with the department in the portfolio committee as well. Honourable Speaker, we support the MEC's comment that inclusive economic growth demands a focused investment in agricultural infrastructure and logistics. This must include our deteriorating roads infrastructure, which is crucial for agricultural sector and rural development in general. The Honourable Sefuba also mentioned land reform, and we support land reform initiatives. But what we don't support is what the Motlanthe Commission indicated why land reform failed in South Africa. Corruption, channeling resources to elites, and the lack of support to the beneficiaries of agricultural projects. That's 1,300 rand and a kilogram of meat after hundreds of millions rands has been spent. That is what was referred to. We must go and look at the successes of share equity schemes as an example that are used successfully in the Western Cape. In closing, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we thank the MEC for giving the various members the food packs which we will use to create vegetable gardens. And please, members, get your hands dirty. Get your hands dirty. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. Let me now recognize the Honourable Zama Sukweden.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the legislature, members of the executive, members of the media, distinguished guests, the kings who are present, greetings. I want to begin to say that it would be disingenuous to discuss progress made over the past 30 years of democratic breakthrough without considering the challenges that comes with the massive development and progress made by the ANC-led government. Therefore, the context of the progress over the past 30 years must be understood within the context of addressing the historical injustices and structural reforms. However, while we acknowledge the massive development and progress, there is one important factor that I want to bring to light as we are debating this budget vote of agriculture and rural development, which is population growth that affects each and every government in this world. In the wake of population growth that continues to expand, reaching unprecedented numbers, governments around the world, including our own country progress is met with consistent rising challenges emanating from population growth. These challenges imposed by population growth cut across from economic, social, environmental, and infrastructural domains. It is without no doubt that addressing these challenges at the center of everything is to achieve a sustainable development and improved quality of life. It is important to mention that population growth acts as a multiplier that determines the total impact of quality of life. For any given type of technology, level of consumption or waste, poverty or inequality, the more the people there are, the greater the impact on the environment is, and in turn, the greater the impact on food production capacity will be. In addition, rapid population growth can lead to inappropriate farming practices, impoverish and erode the soil, reduce vegetation, overuse and improperly use of agrochemicals, frustrate water resource management. As a result, we would end up with such practices that would lead to a severe land degradation. Therefore, this department plays a critical role in ensuring that our people get sufficient food at the household level, racing against the same rapid population growth and land degradation. But we are confident that through the continuous funding and support of farmers ranging from small, emerging subsistence and smallholder and commercial farmers, that our people will get sufficient food at their household level. I must state that since the inception of the democratic government, the ANC-led government continues to be in the forefront to ensure a better life for all, irrespective of class, gender, and color. This is the one and only government which governs with the people and continues to be exemplary when it comes to human rights, democratic principles, producing and implementing policies that are pro-working class. It is without no doubt that the consistent commitments and efforts towards building a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous country are visible in all government works and benefits everyone, irrespective of the three, which is the color, the gender, and the class. I must agree with Honorable Jackelson that agriculture indeed is a key driver of the economy and the cornerstone of the Free State economy. And its success is crucial for prosperity of our province and of our country. Furthermore, it is one sector that continues to provide work opportunities for those that are formally educated and informally educated. But what is important is that the ANC recognizes the immense potential of this sector and is committed to ensure its sustainability, growth, and inclusivity. Our policies are geared towards transforming agriculture again into a vibrant, modern sector that supports economic development, food security, and social equity. I must state that to Honorable Jackelson that We would not want to compare Free State with the Western Cape because in agriculture there are different aspects that are involved. You'd know that ranging from an issue of commodities are different, availability of the land, semi-arable land, different cultivars that are different, including to increase your yield per hectare is different depending on the cultivar that you use. So that is not a comparable. You can't compare the two provinces. So various government programs aimed at rural development have been implemented, focusing on infrastructural development, land reform, and support for emerging farmers. These programs have led to improved rural livelihood and economic opportunities. One of the issues that are important is that the ANC is committed to accelerate land reform and redistribution. We are not begging down on that particular issue to ensure that the previously disadvantaged communities gain access to the land, not just land, but the arable land and semi-arable land for agricultural purposes. 2, water plays a pivotal role in farming production, and water scarcity is a pressing issue that affects agricultural productivity. But we must condemn that those that now that they're illegally connecting to the river and they're doing their own catchments and dams that are not registered with government. And furthermore, the ANC advocates for efficient use and management of water resources. We must commend the department for promoting water conservation practices and ensuring equitable access to all farmers working with the municipalities in the province. Also, farmers are not immune from economical pressures such as fluctuating market prices, high input costs, limited access to credit. But we must applaud the department to continuously support farmers in all categories through the CASP, Ilima, Itsema, and blended funding that has been introduced, including to subsidize for inputs and efforts to facilitating better market access that have been driven by the department. And we are confident that the department will create an environment where smaller holder farmers and subsistence farmers thrive alongside commercial farmers and ultimately evolve to become commercial farmers, not leaving out, of course, the common age farmers. The existing agricultural parks and sustainable farmer production units serve as a critical buffer to challenges that are confronting the emerging farmers and smallholder farmers. They critically address issues such as mechanization, storages, and transportation. And we agree with the budget that is set aside of 20 million for mechanization, especially that is going to assist subsistence and emerging farmers that do not have mechanization. On issues of food security, we understand that the World Food Programme defines people as being food secure when, open quote, they have the ability and adequate access at all times to sufficient, safe, nutritious food to maintain a healthy and active lifestyle, close quote. It is in the same breath that we want to support the department commitment and continuation of promoting the household food and nutrition program to support the hungry, vulnerable, and food insecure households, to assist and increase the number of households involved in agricultural activities for their own consumption and selling surplus produce. We agree, furthermore, that the extension service and recovery extension and advisory service remain one of the critical pillars of the department that bridges the gap between the farmer and the department. And the 12 procured vehicles, the enhanced extension and advisory service is welcomed. And additionally, we also welcome MEC the 26 million that is allocated to this particular unit, as it is one of the core function of the department. But also we must accept and agree with the new industries that are, or new agricultural industries that have been sanctioned in the province, which is in the main is the hemp and the cannabis production. We believe that hemp and cannabis production will unlock new opportunities ranging from production, value adding, and creating employment for our people. We must understand that when it comes to government support and policy framework, that the ANC approach to agriculture is rooted to strong government support and a comprehensive policy framework, and we are committed to the following: implementing effective land reform policies, strengthening agricultural research and development, providing financial support and access to credit, and enhancing market access and trade opportunities. And we wish to also agree with the event of the BRICS, during the BRICS event, that we agree with the BRICS ministers that whom encouraged policies enhancing an open, free and fair agricultural trade, and encourage the removal of unjustified trade restrictions which will directly increase the trade opportunities, and the Free State Province stands to benefit from this agreement. We agree and we support the department's intention to intensify support for black commercial grain producers to ensure effective integration into the black commercial farmers with the grain value chain. But it must not only stop there, it must also move to other commodities. I am not sure that Honorable Roy was listening when the MEC was making the speech or not about some shortfalls that the department will face. The MEC did indicate that on the budget that there is money that is set aside, and further acknowledge the challenges that the department faces on the projects. And the money that is set aside as part of planning and implementing intervention measures to the project, it is that of 16.7 million. Either the honorable member was listening or not listening, or busy preparing. We are not sure what was happening, but the MEC did indicate that in her speech. The skills development and training has the ability to reduce unemployment and underemployment, increase productivity, and improve standards of living. And a continuous upskilling and reskilling of people for jobs, and for not only jobs but also for future jobs, it would make sense in the economy. Therefore, we agree with the transfer of the Glen College of Agriculture to higher education, with a clear understanding that this is the only college in the province, and that move will also increase the intake capacity of the province and provide alternative funding opportunities, which would include NSFAS, and to unlock the third income stream for the college itself. But we must say the province is not immune to persistent global warming effects, which manifest through persistent floods, droughts, and fires. We welcome, Honorable Jankelson, the 6 million that the MEC has, as much as we are agreeing that is for the relief. That 6 million for fires or disasters, it's not sufficient enough. We welcome that, but however, we must bring it to our attention that the president has established what we call the Climate Change Response Fund. That is also going to supplement and augment all the three spheres of government that will be faced with issues of drought, fires, etc. In conclusion, the ANC position on agriculture is clear, and we are committed to transform the sector into a modern, sustainable, and inclusive pillar of our economy by addressing challenges of land reform, climate change, water scarcity, and economic pressures, and by seizing opportunities in technology, which now I know the department have procured some drones for issues of fertilizing, and they are also doing some research on recent technologies on how to improve the production capacity, including infrastructure and empowerment. We can build a prosperous future for agriculture in the Free State and across South Africa. We believe that the right policies, which are the policies of the African National Congress emanating from the Freedom Charter, the support and the collective efforts, we can ensure that agriculture remains the source of the livelihood, food security, and economic growth for generations to come. Those words, I thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable MEC Rockman may now reply to the debate.
Thanks. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I'm not going to take long. I think in my engagement, just after assuming office with both the Auditor General and the Audit Committee of the department, we've agreed broadly that we need assistance to focus on exactly the impact of what we make in terms of what we spend per annum, as well as our incomplete and failed projects. That is where the intervention comes from, of the 60 million allocation. And the issues relating to agri-parks and failed poultry projects are exactly the issues we intend to address through that intervention. As well as we need to look at our performance information, the internal controls around farmer support and development, assets, sorry, prior year regular expenditure, our HR procedures and practices, as the transfer of functions from environmental affairs, as well as our risk function. We are severely understaffed in our risk function unit. I think we have actually one official dealing with risk management, which is a risk in itself. So the internal environment is challenging. We do acknowledge that there are labor challenges. We are seem to be caught in a situation where we do not implement consequence management. It's a problem. And when we do implement consequence management, it's also a problem. So we need to balance the rights of employers and employees. And we are working proactively, and we have started engaging the Premier on some of these challenges that we are facing. So we appreciate the input of all honourable members. Honourable Chabalala, I hope you will share with me the details of those farm evictions that you were mentioning so that we can follow up. The issues around the sustainability of our projects, the need for business training and entrepreneurship training as raised by the Honourable Jankelson is part of what we've identified as reasons for the failure of our projects. We must remember that agriculture is the oldest profession actually. It is the first profession of man. And all other industries is based on agriculture. We are the foundation. The Honourable Premier, we would like to be part of the meeting that you will facilitate with the dual personality of finance and economic development. We don't only want to propagate for funding, but there is a need for us to look at what is happening at investment in agriculture. FDC is not playing a role at all in our agricultural environment. Many years ago, in the early 90s, mid-90s, when we started the legislature, there was an entity called Agri-Eco that focused on investment and development in agriculture. There were challenges, and instead of dealing with the particular challenges, I think we threw out the baby and the bath water. So it is something that we really need to look at, and when Honourable Makumi is talking about the review of entities, I think there is space for us to look at whether we are adequately positioned to encourage agricultural investment. I want to thank the honourable members. You have spoken eloquently to the food security issues, to land issues, to the challenges of emerging farmers. We look forward to working with the Portfolio Committee and engaging in further detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. The reply by the Honourable MEC concludes the debate on Vote 11, Agriculture and Rural Development. We now proceed, Honourable Members, to Motion 3. The Deputy Secretary will read the motion. No, Honourable Members, let us continue. Thank you, Secretary.
That leave be granted for the second reading debate on the Appropriation Bill B2 of 2024, Vote 8, Cooperative cooperative governance and traditional affairs.
The vote before the House is vote 8. Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The Honorable MEC, Mr. Mokoena, may now address the House.
Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, Premier and members of the Executive Council, esteemed traditional leaders present, members of the Legislature, Executive Mayors, Honorable Speakers, Chief Whips, Councillors, Chair of SALGA and Executive Committee, the Director General of the Province, Heads of Departments, veterans and stalwarts of our liberation struggle. Comrades and friends, ladies and gentlemen, fellow citizens. Deputy Speaker, I rise to present before this House the budget vote of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the year 2024-25. This day, the 1st of August, marks the beginning of Women's Month, a month where we celebrate heroic struggles of our women in our country. We salute with pride and gratitude the trailblazers who paved the way for freedom, justice, democracy, and gender equality we enjoy today. We remember Charlotte Maxeke, a daughter of the Free State who dared to challenge the status quo and fight for the rights and dignity of women. Charlotte Maxeke and all those who followed in her footsteps did not struggle in vain. Their legacy is the freedom and democracy we enjoy today. It's a struggle that delivered quality women leadership we enjoy today, as in government premiers, army generals, commercial pilots, CEOs of listed enterprises, etc. Honorable Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding many persistent challenges, the life of women in South Africa today has changed when compared to yesteryears. As a country and a province, we have made great strides in the betterment of the lives of our people, creating an environment for a better tomorrow for all. During the last national and provincial elections held in May, the electorate have delivered a clear message of cooperation and unity in the interest of our country and our future. Our people have spoken through their votes, voting into parliament and legislatures, different political parties. The voters' message is that, I quote, "We want a united effort to solve our country's problems," close quote. True and genuine representatives of the people can never miss this part. I would like to repeat, true and genuine representatives of the people can never miss this part. To us as Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the message is not only louder, but it is written in bold for all leaders to see and understand. It says, the era of unresponsive government has to end, and a new one of responsive provincial and local government has to be born. The period of municipalities led by unqualified, incompetent, and unresponsive people has ended, and the one with capable, qualified, competent, committed, and responsive people has to be born. Municipal leaders who are indifferent to corruption and incompetence will be replaced by those who are intolerant to corruption, incompetence, and poor services to our people. Unaccountable municipal managers and senior officials of government will be replaced by accountable officials who will be held accountable for what they do today and tomorrow. Voters instruct that sewer spillage running in our streets and into the rivers has to end. Potholes and uncollected refuse, water cards, etc. be a thing of the past. Our people demand better management of municipal finances. We've preferred labor-intensive methods as opposed to expensive but ineffective service providers. They say regular maintenance of sewer, water reticulation plants and power stations are a must, and this includes the security thereof. Effective and efficient management of grants will drive infrastructure development in both viable and less viable municipalities. That municipalities must command clear service delivery plan for households, commerce, and industrial areas if we are to see growth and investment.
Honorable MEC, will you take your seat? Honorable member, are you rising on an order?
Thanks, Acting Speaker. Is the Honorable MEC willing to take a question?
Honorable MEC, are you willing to take a question?
No, I'm not.
You may proceed.
Quite focused on Zima when you say some of the things. That municipalities must command a clear service delivery plan for households, commerce, and industrial areas if we are to see growth and investment that is key to jobs and revenue generation for municipalities. The above is based on a full understanding of both historical, political, and economic factors that affect our country's growth and development. People's voices are instructive to us that all leaders have to reimagine both the path to and the actual society and the country we seek to build. During the State of the Nation address, His Excellency, President Ramaphosa, also commanded us into action that to achieve rapid inclusive growth, we need to fix our struggling municipalities. Growth happens at a local level where people live and work. Our municipalities must become both providers of social services and facilitators of inclusive growth. They must work to attract investment. He further argues that this approach can encourage business to expand and create more jobs in municipal areas. Investors are attracted to areas with reliable and modern infrastructure. He indicates that in simplifying and speeding up planning and regulatory processes, we will make it easier for business to invest and operate in municipalities, thus creating more jobs. As President committed to the national government, I too would like to add for all to know that as Free State provincial government, we have both a constitutional responsibility and a clear electoral mandate to assist municipalities in the effective exercise of their powers and functions. The province faces unique difficulties that demand our urgent attention and ensure that our municipalities deliver what our people yearn for. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of COGTA published the regulations framing institutionalization of the district development model in terms of Section 47(1)(b) of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act of 2005. The regulations provide an intergovernmental framework and operational model that will frame the coordination and synchronization of local governmental development priorities in the context of the DDM through a set of intergovernmental structures and the implementation of one plans. The approved District Development Model 1 plans will solve the silos at the horizontal and vertical level, maximize the impact and align plans and resources at our disposal through the development of one budget. The department will hold roadshows in all the district and metropolitan municipalities with the intention to deepen the implementation of the district development model. The roadshows in their nature will focus on the basket of issues that currently affect municipalities negatively. As we confront the state and capacity of municipalities, we'll focus on governance, revenue enhancement and collection, effective and accountable usage of grants, IDPs, audit outcomes, disaster management, etc. Through this, we hope to achieve maximum cohesion of the reality and the measures required to turn the Free State local government around. We really need a culture shift towards accepting the true reality of what is in front of us and what is required to change it. Whereas the special planning has the potential of transforming people's lives, our municipalities continue to experience very long delays in approving development applications. We will establish a provincial advisory committee that will ensure the speedy finalization of development applications. True to the promise we made in the previous year, that effort will be made to finalize and implement spatial development frameworks. We can report that this was done and implementation has started with Malutiapofu, Masilonyan, and Metsimahulu in the previous financial year. In the current financial year, the municipalities of Ihlabeng, Mohokare, Pumela, and Tokulo will also be supported with the implementation of the SDFs. The province will continue to ensure that municipal planning tribunals are functional by ensuring timeous holding of meetings and the appointment of members whenever membership has expired. Deputy Speaker, the spending of conditional grants is vital for the delivery of basic services. All funds allocated to municipalities through DORA must be spent for the purposes they are intended for and should translate to actual work on the ground. It remains a concern that while there is a general decline in grant expenditure, service deliveries continues in some areas. Given the aforementioned, the department together with MISA, has put up a program to intensify its monitoring in relation to the grant spending and infrastructure improvement so as to ensure the expenditure reflects work done on the ground. In the 23-24 municipal financial year, 2,125 temporary jobs were created during the implementation of the 23-24 municipal infrastructure projects, of which 657 jobs were towards women, and that needs to be corrected. 389,719 households were serviced, and 22 kilometers of roads and stormwater were constructed during the year. In the 24-25 financial year, the municipal infrastructure grant allocated an amount of 877,969,000 rands towards the implementation of municipal infrastructure projects within the 18 receiving municipalities for the 24-25 municipal financial year. We are participating in both Malutapofu, Nwate, and Machabe municipalities and have since established the water intervention steering committees to deal with the water and sanitation challenges, including the vandalism of the infrastructure. Ministerial intervention has yielded positive results in Malutapofu, where the refurbishment of Fikapa's water treatment works has just reached practical completion, which has improved the quality of water for our communities. All the electricity prepayment meters based on the STS technology will stop dispensing electricity on the 24th of November 2024. We have noted progress made by municipalities that distribute electricity to customers. COGTA, SALGA, and MISA jointly monitors this project, and a concern remains on the slow progress achieved by Malutapofu with a high number of outstanding meters that needs to be reset. That number is around 111,000, Deputy Speaker. We urge all municipalities to mitigate all challenges in line with the risk mitigation plans developed to avoid any delay in relation to continuous use of electricity by consumers. Deputy Speaker, the department remains responsible to monitor, evaluate, support and assist all municipalities across the province to develop legally compliant and credible integrated development plans. The department will continue conducting, facilitating provincial IDP capacity building sessions, municipal IDP engagements, provincial IDP managers forums, provincial IDP support team sessions, amongst other things, to further encourage maximum participation of all stakeholders in the IDP processes and to support and assist to capacitate municipalities. Deputy Speaker, in line with the resolutions of the Government of National Unity, the department will advance the 3 strategic priorities of the medium-term development plan, namely to drive inclusive growth and job creation, reduce poverty and tackle high cost of living, build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Deputy Speaker, as part of the social wage, the Free Basic Services Program is aimed at ensuring that indigent households have access to free basic services such as water, refuse removal, sanitation, electricity by the indigent households. All the 19 local municipalities and the metropolitan municipality in the province have indigent policies that are reviewed on an annual basis. The province has monitored municipalities in implementing their indigent policies and registers, and support will be provided on a continuous basis in the 24-25 financial year. The Community Works program is an initiative designed to provide an employment safety net. CWP participants are provided with a stipend of 120 per day, working for 2 days per week, while supervisors are provided 130 per day, working for 5 days per week. The program is currently targeting unemployed persons of working age, including those whose livelihoods activities are insufficient to lift them out of poverty. Through the program, 24,170 jobs opportunities have been created and implemented in all 80 towns of the 19 municipalities in the Free State. Deputy Speaker, the Development Worker Program is an integral part of our government access strategy, designed for the purpose of accelerating service delivery by taking government services to communities. This program has been operating in the Office of the Premier since 2009. It is my pleasure to indicate that engagements have been finalized for COGTA to be the custodian of the program going forward. Deputy Speaker, municipalities are at the cold face of service delivery, and their financial viability is critical for the achievement of developmental objectives. Core to the challenges relating to the financial viability of municipalities is lack of revenue collection, which contribute to, among others, the unfunded budgets, non-payment of creditors, lack of time-as payments of employees' benefits and salaries. On average, our municipalities collect less than 50% of their billed revenue against the 95% norm. In the 24-25 municipal financial year, only 7 of the 23 municipalities in the province have adopted funded budgets. Working together with the provincial treasurer, we will ensure that all municipalities have credible revenue enhancement strategies. We will also continue to support and strengthen financial capacity of all our municipalities under the ESCOM Debt Relief Program. Over the years, majority of municipalities have been struggling to submit their annual financial statements in line with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Management Act. During 22-23 municipal financial year, there was a great improvement in the submission of the annual financial statements, as only 3 municipalities did not submit theirs on time. Deputy Speaker, the achievement of clean audit in municipalities remain our top priority. Clean audits not only prove good governance, but also contribute towards service delivery improvement. To achieve clean audit, municipalities must, amongst others, have reliable financial systems, proper internal controls, skilled personnel in the budget and treasurer's office, etc. Joint efforts between the department, SALGA, and the provincial treasury as led by MEC Makume will support the municipalities to achieve this. We have also established the district action plan forums to pursue this. Deputy Speaker, the AGSA has since highlighted the following challenges in municipalities. One, that there is a lack of financial management discipline, lack of skilled personnel, weak control environment, lack of consequences for wrongdoing, as well as failure to prevent unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. In the financial year 22-23, 9 municipalities have established disciplinary boards. However, following the advice of AGSA, the department and the provincial treasury have assisted additional 14 municipalities to establish the disciplinary boards. The analysis of data shows that all municipalities have bylaws in place. The challenge for most municipalities is the implementation of the adopted bylaws. Towards this end, a concerted effort shall be made to support the municipalities to achieve adequate implementation of the adopted bylaws. Deputy Speaker, competency-based appointments remain critical towards ensuring that municipalities perform and discharge their functions responsibly, competently, and effectively. The commitment to competency-based appointments is encapsulated in Resolution 6 of the Regulations on Appointments and Conditions of Appointment of Senior Managers. We remain steadfast in the reinforcement of the provisions as set out both in the Municipal Systems Act as well as the Regulations on the Appointment and Conditions of Appointment of Senior Managers. Candidates appointed to senior management positions in municipalities must be beyond reproach and should have impeccable credentials. Data available to the department shows that a number of municipal councils are making appointments of senior managers in contravention of the requirements set out in the Municipal Systems Act. The prevailing situation is to be arrested urgently through measures which may include invocation of a code of conduct for councillors contained in the Municipal Structures Act. The Municipal Systems Act, in terms of Section 6.3, provides that no person may be employed in the municipality unless the relevant post was provided for in the staff establishment of the municipality. This is more pronounced in Mafube, where there are serious fiscal and governance challenges, and the fact that the municipality is placed under Intervention 139. The administrative and political leadership of Mafube is urged to make decisions that are helpful and, in fact, do not undermine the very intervention meant to help them. Municipal leadership must at all times act in the interest of their people through the decisions and leadership they provide. For municipalities like Mafube to survive, we need ethical leadership that places the needs of the people first. Deputy Speaker, there is a trend in Free State municipalities wherein appointments, promotions, transfers, as well as placements were made contrary to Section 63 of Municipal Systems Act with the intention to coerce employees. A case in point is in Waten Marutia Pofu. I therefore commit that those municipalities that are found to have contravened the recruitment processes as the framework dictates, these will be subjected to due disciplinary processes. Deputy Speaker, the province has experienced significant incidents of disasters in the past few years. These include regional and seasonal occurrences such as windstorms, floods, fires, both structural and felt, as well as the intermittent spells of drought. These disasters have resulted in huge financial losses of those affected. The National Disaster Management Center has supported 6 of our municipalities to the tune of 57 million. Efforts being made in dealing with these incidents include funding by municipalities, sector departments, assistance by NGOs, and disaster relief grants by the National Disaster Management Center. More still needs to be done in order to build and enhance capacity. Capacity building at municipal level and reopening of the Provincial Disaster Management Center is critical. This is the only way in which the aims of the disaster management can be achieved, namely which is to save lives, protection of the environment and the natural resources, prevention of destruction of property and assets, including the preservation of the livelihoods. Deputy Speaker, whilst the issue of political stability is critical to enabling environment for service delivery in municipalities, the provincial government places serious value to the operational stability of municipalities as well. To this end, we believe urgent employment of competent, credible, and morally astute municipal managers and senior managers is critical to building capable municipalities. This approach is the central instrument in the support and interventions we provide to municipalities. To this end, we are seeking to improve our intervention instruments to also include various support, regular capacity development, and strict regulatory adherence. The above approach should help in improving the situation in those municipalities still placed under Section 139 of the Constitution. This includes Tukuluho, Mafube, and Kopano municipalities. The provincial government will double efforts to attend to some of the stubborn. The provincial government will double efforts to attend to some of the stubborn structural and man-made problems, weaknesses, and failures that led to these municipalities being placed under these interventions. To reduce the number of municipalities placed under the intervention, the department, working with national, will support municipalities in developing credible municipal support improvement plans. This will also assist to improve their performance status in line with the state of local government assessment. The Municipal Demarcation Board has confirmed the case in terms of Section 2(1) of the Municipal Demarcation Act of 1998. The municipal boundary of Kopano local municipality has been redetermined to exclude the following areas: Forest Smith, Jagersfontein, Riedersburg, and Edenburg from Kopano to create a new municipality. The towns of Philippolis, the Tool, Springfontein, and Haribdam will remain with the old Kopano local municipality. Heilbron, Pirutun, and the surrounding farms will also be moved to the municipal area of Metsimaholo local municipality, and this will exclude them from Mwate local municipality. The effect of the redeterminations will take place on the date of the next local government elections. In operationalizing the redeterminations, we will earnestly commence with implementation that should include putting in place the necessary policy and legislative frameworks, as well as establishing the provincial political and technical working group to drive this process. Deputy Speaker, the role of communities in running municipalities is at the core of our systems of governance, and we will enhance our support around the structures like ward committees, community development workers, and extended public works program. The voter turnout at elections has been declining at an alarming rate. The 2024 national and provincial elections were no exception. This has placed a full obligation on all role players to accelerate voter education and civic advocacy. Working together with the Office of the Premier will ensure that community development workers work closely with the ward committees and councillors to build partnership with other stakeholders and foster social cohesion and community engagement. We have also agreed with the speakers that to ensure that all councillors are held accountable to their communities and community organizations by convening without fail ward committees, community meetings, and sustained communication with the voters on issues of service delivery or service-related delivery issues. Additionally, municipal speakers will also table quarterly reports on the ward committees, ward meetings, and communication with their communities. The Code of Conduct for Councillors contained in the Municipal Structures Act requires municipal councils to impose sanctions in terms of the standing rules and orders where councillors breach its provisions. Speakers, as custodians of the rules of council, are therefore expected to ensure full compliance of the rules and report any council, and report to council, and the MEC on any breaches. We commit with the process of IMBIZOS to afford communities an opportunity to contribute to service delivery. And equally, the district municipalities must convene district events in their local municipalities. On the same breath, local municipalities will also be expected to convene similar programs. Deputy Speaker, the department will be maintaining the cleanest and the cleanest municipality competition that was launched in December 2023 and culminated with the win of the competition being Tswelopele local municipality, with the Hlaveng and Mantsopa local municipalities obtaining the second and the third position respectively. Therefore, it is therefore imperative that this competition be sustained as it assists municipalities to adopt principles or activities that ensure that municipalities are kept clean and green with the support of other stakeholders. We encourage municipalities to intensify awareness campaigns and to join hands with their communities to addressing the issue of cleaner cities. Apart from being custodians of our culture, Deputy Speaker, traditional leaders continue to play a critical role in our society. From the hills of Tabanchu to the mountains of Pakwa, they continue to spearhead many initiatives that intervene in the plight of our people. From poverty alleviation, skills development, social protections, economic development initiatives, to a modernized settlements, traditional leaders are at the forefront in areas of their jurisdiction. As COGTA, we have an obligation to work with them for the development and integration of areas of their jurisdiction. In addition to the current work we do here, we must intensify our work with traditional leaders on the issues raised above. The fact that traditional leaders are now participating in municipal councils in line with the provision of Section 81 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act, we should use this platform to ensure integration between municipalities and traditional leaders that will enhance service delivery and avoid some of the challenges we see both in the areas of Pakwa and Tabanchu. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, pardon me, we recognize the importance of the effective budget allocation in addressing service delivery challenges. We will ensure that our budget prioritizes the needs of our communities, both rural and urban. A more detailed breakdown is hereby annexed to this presentation, with administration being allocated an amount of 169,375,000, local governance, development and planning being allocated 110,935,000, development and planning being allocated 67,922,000, traditional institutional development being allocated 54,955,000, House of Traditional Leaders being allocated 13,798,000. In conclusion, our municipalities have made visible progress, but numerous challenges such as unemployment, service delivery backlogs, financial mismanagement remain and continue to affect our communities. Addressing this requires a new resolve to foster progress through a culture shift by those in political and administrative leadership. Together we can overcome the challenges we face and create a prosperous society for all. The culture of payment of municipal services must be brought back, starting with us here in the House. This will go a long way in encouraging communities to pay and thus allowing municipalities to deliver their services. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me take this opportunity to express my words of gratitude to the Premier, members of EXCO, the Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, the traditional leaders present, the head of the department, the COGTA staff, municipalities, SALGA, and the revolutionary movement that I belong to. Finally, the HQ, my family, the wife and kids. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I hereby present the budget vote of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs as appended.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, we now proceed to Honorable Members' order. We now proceed to engagements on the debate. I will now recognize Honorable Ntabiseng Khaurekwe. You may take the podium.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Member of the Executive Council, all traditional leaders, official of government present here. Good afternoon. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me start by apologizing for my bad voice. But Deputy Speaker, I will try my level best. Deputy Speaker, it cannot be correct to stand here and not state that we have witnessed the effort done by the Honorable MEC of Kokta, Honorable Mofokeng. Immediately after we started with our duties, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable MEC visited the municipalities to do oversight to the municipalities to ensure that seriousness of this administration. Honorable Speaker, as we know that Kokta mandated to build a developmental and transformative role of local government as stated in section 152 of the Constitution by providing democratic and accountable government to the local communities, by ensuring provision to services to communities in a sustainable way, by promoting social and economic development, by promote a safe and healthy environment and encourage involvement of communities and community organizations in local development. In the financial year 2024 and before, the department focused on the following intervention mechanism, among others, for municipalities: updated LED strategies for municipalities so as to ensure that municipalities created an enabling environment that will ensure local economic growth. The department assists the municipality to facilitate the establishment of local business forum that will facilitate cooperate among local business in the communities. Honorable Deputy Speaker, on Free State basic services, the department has been supporting municipalities in 2023-2024 financial year and before on the communication of Free State basic services to communities in collaborating with the National Department of Cooperative Governance by conducting workshops on communication strategies of basic services. On community works program, Deputy Speaker, we can attest that this department has done huge work by appointing members of the community to be part of this program. Honorable Speaker, spatial planning is about improving the quality of people's lives. People must have easy access to work, school, clinic, hospitals, and many other social amenities through proper planning. The department over the years assisted municipality on development of SDFs. On MIG, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department maximized the benefit inherent to the municipality infrastructure grant, which is a MIG, in terms of both infrastructure improvement and job creation. Honorable Speaker, in keeping with these policy directives, municipal infrastructure grant contributed towards municipal services delivery in the province during the previous municipal financial year. The Department of COGTA, Treasury and Auditor General are working hand in hand, Madam Speaker, to improve audit opinion of different municipalities for the better. The current state of audit opinion will definitely change and improve through utilization of automated audit action plans as introduced by National Treasury. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, working together, we should double our effort to build and developmental state based on collaborating and coordination of a business sector, organized labor and civil society from all walks of life to realize the dream of a better life for all. We call upon all sectors of society to join government in rendering services for better livelihood. The department shall support initiatives that assist our communities to live better and to improve their environment. I here support the budget of COGTA, and I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You may be seated. I now call on Honorable Fuku. Honorable members, may I remind the House for record purposes that Honorable Mkabela is not in the House. He's tendered his apology due to ill health. So on that note, I'll now recognize Honorable Fuku. You may take the podium.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members, traditional affairs leaders who are here, I forget to recognize the traditional leaders. I thank you. I just want to quote something from the speech of the Honorable MEC that says the monitoring, support and intervention of the municipalities. I'm wondering, as the government, how are we going to do it without engaging our people? Because other municipalities like your Kopanong local municipality, Tokulo Mafube, and other municipalities, and the metro municipalities like Mangaung metro municipalities, they were putting under section 139. So I'm wondering where I'm seated, how long should the municipality supposed to be placed on section 1349? So I think we must speed up the process that our people are not supposed to complain about the service delivery like your, what do you call, there is a location here around Bloemfontein, Matarantleng. So I think, thank you, Premier. Matarantleng. Those people there, they don't have electricity, they don't have water, and we are saying here, we must speed up that process so that our people must have the services that they need. It is indeed important to us, Honorable Speaker, that when we are talking about the budget, re bua ka budget e tlo re tswela molemo, e tlo etsa hore batho ba rona maphelo a bona a change, a be maphelo a hantle, ba phele hantle mo ba phelang teng makeisheneng mo ba phelang teng. Ho lefifi mo ba phelang teng, ba phela ka tlasa ditsotsi tsena tse iphileng lefatshe la rona, and re batla ho bona ba na le electricity jwalo ka re bua ka electricity. The last one, Speaker, here is about, I don't know how are you going to do it as the government of non-unity. Yeah, that government of non-unity.
And your time is up. Ho feletswe ke nako, ntate. Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now recognize the Honorable Khwabane.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, ke boko dikgomo marena a sehloho bosieng ba ona ha re kgakola selemo se setjha sa Basotho kajeno. O marena ohle a teng kwano, ditho tsa ntlo ya ketsamelao le setjhaba ka kakaretso. The price of electricity has had a serious negative impact in the lives of the people. The ever-rising cost of electricity have gradually eroded the buying power of households and resulted in the worsening poverty. In our effort to improve our economic situation, we cannot have rising costs brought by expensive power supply. We are encouraged by the Minister of Electricity, who has vowed to work with municipalities and ESCOM to deal with this matter. We cannot allow the cost of electricity to be another load shedding. Traditional leadership, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a cornerstone of the governance system in the African continent. This is the heritage bestowed on us by our ancestors. It is the responsibility of our government to deal with uneven support experienced by Marena and Marenana. In doing so, the government will ensure that there is better and deepened cooperative governance. Traditional councils and local municipalities must develop deeper working relations to facilitate improvement of service delivery and protect our heritage. We need to commend the department for working hard to ensure that the support needed by traditional leaders and establish local councils as expected. We are looking forward to fast-tracking the process of public participation in the amendment of Traditional and Quaysand Leadership Act. Stable and functional municipalities provide sound basis for inflow of investment and enhances economic growth. To achieve such feat, there has to be improved cooperative governance anchored by the department and facilitated through the governance cluster of Executive Council. The President emphasized this fact in his address to the nation that, I quote, "Our municipalities must become both the providers of social services and facilitators of inclusive economic growth. They must work to attract investment," close quote. It is encouraging to notice that the MEC has started to look at problems of the dysfunctional municipalities in order to ensure that we have better services. Clear targets and milestones must be set in order for for easy monitoring to happen. And lastly, MEC, with the challenges faced by local government, Thomas Sankara reminds you that you can't carry out fundamental change without a certain amount of madness. In this case, it must come from non-conformity, the courage to turn back on the old formulas, the courage to invent the future. Ke a leboha.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now take Honorable A. Kluter. You may take the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Through you, MEC, let me put it bluntly. Municipalities are rogue units of government. If you can't acknowledge this, you are in denial. So let me explain. Just recently, the MEC recalled the acting municipal manager of Mafube. That very same council meeting this week, you instructed MEC was postponed, and apparently the ruling party in that council wishes to keep that MM and even appoint him permanently. You probably had a very good reason to recall the MM, but council went rogue. In Masolanyana, the CFO's appointment was deemed irregular by this department since he was previously found guilty of financial misconduct, ironically in Mafube. Directives were issued to also basically recall the CFO's appointment. Council, however, disregarded this, and as far as I know, he's still in that position. Across the province, impacts and Section 79 and 80 committees simply do not meet. So the question is, how are municipal administrations being held accountable if committees don't even meet? Can you imagine that happening in the Free State Legislature? In the meantime, it's the norm for councils to approve unrealistic and ultimately unfunded budgets. Then councils also adopt tariff increases, although the Reserve Banks warns against it as it contributes to high inflation. Last year, Free State municipalities recorded the second highest tariff inflations in the country, ironically just lower than the Western Cape. Speaker, I wonder, Deputy Speaker, if there are any mayors or municipal managers sitting here today. I would like to ask them, what's the state of service delivery in your municipality? And hopefully this House will soon hear what the outcomes of the Human Rights Commission's investigations into supposed violations in Free State municipalities revealed. All municipalities who owe huge amounts to, amongst other, water boards wait for equitable share to honor their payments. Speaker, equitable share is used to pay debt and salaries and not for whom it was intended to, the poor. You see, unfortunately, your hands are tied. Municipalities are a different sphere of government and your powers are mostly limited. Yes, you can launch Section 106 investigations or impose Section 139 or 154 of the Constitution, but interventions in the Free State have always been and will remain a mess, and you know it. So all I can say is all the best, MEC. I can assure you we will continue to work towards building and restoring the Free State and local government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Klute. Honorable Dipuku, you are now recognized.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Madume o sephadi sa EFF kwano ka ga lekgotla la ketsamolao boetapele botlhe South African a jikelele o eteletsweng pele ke the Commander-in-Chief, morena e mogolo wa Batlokwa, morena e mogolo wa Bakwena, botlhe be leng marena kwano, baeti botlhe, baahi botlhe ba Freistata dumelang. Re le mokgatlo wa EFF re batla re le kgahlano le bobodu tsa rona premier le tla di thola kwana ho leko. Re tinnwe ke bolotsana lo hloka nnete le botsotsi ba baetapele. Ka hona re tlo phephetsa kopo ena le tekanyetso ena ya ditjhelete Speaker. Mabaka a rona ke ana a latelang. Pele ke kena mabakeng ke recognize mane KZN ka nnete borena ke ntho ya bohlokwa haholo. Re bone hona tjena ba tloetsa lekgotleng la bona la ketsamolao ka nnete barena mamono ba nkuwa serious. Me le mo sena se fitileng sa ditjhelete jwale ka MEC ya tloang mona wa Cocta wa pele le yena o la ka ema ba re bontsha ka mokgatlo tlang a hlompha marena ka teng a ba nke serious. Empa re bona ka mokgwa marena a nketsweng matla ka teng. Jwale ka wena MEC Speaker MEC wa pele o na ntse a entse 70 million allocation both tlong ya ketsamolao ya marena le tshebeletsong tsa ntlo ena ya marena ha o e sheba e etsa 70 million le kajeno. Hona ho hlile ho ikina marena a rona haholo. Jwale ha re bone lefapha le hle le ikemiseditse ho etsa ntho ena ya corporate governance e tswele pele. Hobane le staff sa bona la ba hirela koloinyana tse ba tsamayang ka tsona o so bona fela ho mona ono so etswa ketso ya tshwabo fe. Ke mathata hobane ke la ka nna ka potopotolo wa Freistata mona ka kopana le ba bang ba marena ana. Le tsamaya le bankela le lefatshe. Dimasepaleng mona le shwatolwe lefatshe morena rendaro useless le tsamaye le ba bang ba makhanselara lona ba lwantshanang ka hara mokgatlo ona o busa ba tsamaye mono be ba leke ho kenya batho moo. So Speaker tabena e tlameha fele marena bonneteng ba taba ba tshwere botjhaba ba rona. Mme ha o nyatsa marena o nyatsa botjhaba ba rona, mme ha o nyatsa botjhaba ba rona o nyatsa rona. So I ke lokiswe taba ena. Speaker re na le mathata di masepaleng and ke mona mo lefapha le tlameha le kene ka thata. Re a tseba mathata a rona a etswa ke di-tendera tsena tse kana-kana MEC. Again, I'll capacitate the state, all you do is provide tenders. You think your solution is with tenders. And that's not the case. I think that's why in Nala Ufitlamo, Haona, the director for community service, Haona director for corporate service, the municipal manager does as he pleases. Oyamani, Malutia Pofuma, Wala Nava Ekta Mon, Baita Hulu, Hutu, Awaket, the law fair. Wa matha wa fitla wa second motho mo e re tsebang le yena o dutse mo jwale re iketse go be monate o ye ke ano sebedisa tšhelete kana ka 800,000 just a month 700 of which is security sa high ha re tsebe ke nyena kana e tshabang ha ithatetse kana 800,000 masepaleng o tshwana le Maluti ya Phofu re tlameha ke re shebe monne eno mo romme mone o thweng ke ya Mosgola ya re na le mathata a metsi all over including lona Malotimo Masilonyana mona batho ba bona ha ba sa thola le metsi le ba thola le seretse. You know why MEC? Because of the tenders tse tsa lona you've got these people ba runang syndicate ba leng besaka ka infrastructure ke go ba etseditse di-tenders they know how ba roba infrastructure o tlo ba dumella o tenderize ba matha ka ditanka ba matha ka ditanka o ba fa tšhelete. As such there's a reason why re le mona mo re leng teng because infrastructure ya senywa ya ditsela yona o e lebalongwane ha o sa etse ntho ena o thweng ke EFF e bitsang o leke o etsa company ya state ha o ka etsa company ya state o hlokomelle tsela tse ye ya lona le bo Macron je ya nne le mathe le lokise ditsela it's not going to help anyone. We are trying to assist mona ska ga tla re tlo ema mona be re lla go thuse le ka di ideas ngwane so go sane re leke o sebeletsa batho bana ba Freestyle ene ntho o re tletsa local economic development o ile bale ha in those directorates are not functioning. Di function how o di fa batho o di fi batho because it's a comrade o tswa le ena struggling kapa ina ntse a le tema ka le mo gona o matisa makala mabedi a mararo. You don't do that. O etsa bonnete ba go motho ona knows exactly. You don't take just clueless people who tla ba kinya mo. So those LEDs le di spluma tse le dutseng mo the vacant useless tse re sa boneng gore na ho etsuwa eng mo I think re tlameha re ke re hlokomele taba tseo MEC. It's this phenomenon e etsahalang mona, and I've seen it go nala ke bone ko Nketwane. Ya hore you get two entities, municipality being one of them, e leng hore di provide the services. For example, to municipality to provide motlakase, ka nkena Eskom e provide motlakase. As such, mo municipality to provide motlakase teng. Hona le mme Thandi Mavunda o tla ho nna alla mona re bona. Ngwana ka o etsa matric, ke kwalletswe electricity, kwalletswe metsi. Ngwana ka ha kgone ho bala o etsa matric because mo municipality to provide motlakase teng ba decide-ile ho motimela because le yona ha ile ntle le billing system ya bona ntse itawetse ikela go ikelang teng. Now these people deliberately ba etsa ntho hore mme Thandi Mavunda le ba wa mo potapotile batho ba motse o wa Lentli o ba tsamaye ba lo kenya tšhelete di account. And this is what they say. That's how corrupt and open but free under your custodianship MEC. Ba khona o bolella mme Thandi Mavunda kenya tšhelete ena ska isa kwa masepaleng e kenye accountong ya go. But how ya go Ritz, it's a different story. Ritz ha ona motho a kwallwa metsi under the same municipality, the same ya etsala versus Brown ya etsala ko Bothaville. And somehow we need to look deeply into this thing, MEC. Ntho e teng e bitswang rent mo. There are a whole lot of issues, including le enana ha ke tlo qetela ya batho be leng hore the third parties is still a problem. Na le masepala ka motho Nkopano o eteletsweng pele ke motho a ditlhapa eno wa ka mo. Mara ntwena ke tlhoa boroko ya hore motho ha kgone ho thola salary as such, third parties a di patale ma time a lo claim and the policies di lapsitse kaofela. Some of them even are having problem ya di pension fund. So we're saying mo kgonang ho reshuffle iketse MEC ke utlwa is on the spree mona wa reshuffle. Motho a mo tshabang ke ga Makarane mona na re batla a mo tsipele yena a kgone ho tsipa class man. So premier again I ka re hle o be sa ga mo. Mare ska ba reshuffle batho ba nang le boiphihlelo jwalo ka ho nka the doctor of agriculture bo tsamaya ho Misa Sports. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dipuku. I'll now recognize Honorable Mike Hay. You may take the podium. Thank you. Honorable members, order.
Good afternoon, Premier. Good afternoon, fellow members, MECs, traditional leaders, and members of the gallery. Deputy Speaker, over the past decade or so, every single one of the municipalities in the Free State has imploded due to corruption, nepotism, and incompetent leadership. Honourable Deputy Speaker, as the current Speaker pointed out to this exact issue in his March 2022 address, and I quote, "The practice of appointing people on the basis of political convenience and private social relations is one of the key causes of the dissatisfaction amongst our communities." He is correct. MEC, unfortunately, it has not ended. This is the core reason why municipalities in the Free State are unable to deliver quality or even standard basic services such as water, sanitation services, electricity, refuse collection, waste management, and infrastructure maintenance. Municipalities claim poverty when they are confronted and wait for equitable shares to try and remedy their failures to deliver. We are confronted every day from every corner of the Free State by tax-paying residents who are facing inhumane living conditions and are left to come up with their own solutions. The residents are fed up. They refuse to carry on the way that things are. So, MEC, we welcome your statements that municipality leaders who are indifferent to corruption and incompetence will be removed. However, Honourable Speaker, there are several reasons why the Free State municipalities are unable to function optimally and to deliver services to our residents as required by the Constitution. Let us start with the term vote, which is used to divide a budget into segments and councils then approve the budget according to these votes via resolution. The definition requires votes to be at a departmental or functional level. This is done by means of a budget analysis, which involves examining and explaining the components of a budget, expenditure, and revenue. This use of budget indicators can help to improve understanding the structure of the budget. This brings us to the three essential elements of a budget: people, revenue, income and expenditure, process and implementation. At the very foundation of any society or government, people is the people. No change in the right direction can be made without people. Our municipalities are facing major challenges which threaten the very future and prosperity and sustainability of this province. The challenges include both structural and administrative and cannot be attributed to a single event. The bulk of the challenges faced by the municipalities were caused by years of corruption, nepotism, and incompetent leadership. The collapse of any municipality follows a pattern which can be attributed to poor decisions, bad spending, lack of maintenance, failure to attract investment, lack of revenue collection, and poor governance. All these attributes are as a result of incompetent and corrupt leadership. Full stop. In the Free State municipalities, cadre deployment has been the policy and the practice of the ANC for decades. The effect of these policies has ensured the staff complement to be grossly bloated with unskilled or underqualified employees. In most cases, the employees were not even appointed to fulfill the required or coherent organogram, but rather because they were unemployed or unemployable at a level they desired, but they were loyal to the ANC. This, Deputy Speaker, is the reason for the coffers of the municipalities being sucked dry due to illegal appointments, ghost workers, nepotism, and cronyism. In some municipalities, almost the entire budget is spent on salaries, causing severe liquidity problems and the inability to pay for bulk services such as Eskom and Water Board. This results in most municipalities receiving qualified or disclaimed orders. Currently, it seems municipality employment, especially the political employments, have simply become a feeding scheme for cadres. The lack of technical capabilities and qualified senior management has become epidemic in most of the Free State municipalities. The bulk of the salary allocation is spent on massive of unskilled workers, and as a result, there is no money left to appoint qualified engineers, planners, auditors, or administrators. Consequently, most Free State municipalities have none of the requisite professional practitioners. This, in turn, leads to inadequate management and supervision. In addition, most Free State municipalities have no qualified legal advisors, no proper billing systems, no proper revenue collection systems, or proper gazetted bylaws. Deputy Speaker, as the current Speaker proclaimed, we are faced with this threat to the edifice of our ethics. We must commit without failure to confront malfeasance and corruptions in the value chain of our local government system. It simply cannot be denied that the cadre deployment strategy of the ANC government, also referred to as the communist term as a democratic centralism, is regarded as a major cause of corruption and poor services in our country and the province. So once again, MEC, we welcome the changes. Yes, we want to be part of the solution. We want to help you. You want us to help us and correct these political appointments. This brings me to revenue. The economy of the Free State is experiencing similar pressures to South Africa's national economy, which affects people's right to work and trade freely. Apart from the credit control, debt collection, inefficient billing, and revenue protection gaps, many of the factors affecting the Free State's economy are service delivery related and include inadequate access to water, poor sanitation, and reliable power supply. In municipalities which are a result of poor governance, the Free State provincial economy has diminished drastically in the past term. The economic activities in the province take place within the municipal boundaries. Our municipalities are responsible for ensuring basic services such as water, sewage, electricity, and local road networks that are required for businesses and households to prosper. These basic services are, however, hampered by poor financial management in our municipalities. Recent audit reports have indicated that the municipalities across the Free State are rendered economically unviable due to the growing debt and inability to pay for bulk water and electricity, and worsening the audit outcomes. The Free State municipalities are some of the worst performers in the terms of debt collection rates, which makes bulk services and infrastructure unaffordable. A Treasury report for the Free State municipalities indicates debt owed for municipalities by residents in many instances due to collapsed building systems was close to 30 billion, of which 35% was for water services and 13% for wastewater services alone. This is staggering. A further indicator of economic decline for the Free State municipalities is that the report indicates that 7 of the municipalities were unable to submit their credit data, in all probability due to the financial dysfunctionality. None of the Free State municipalities can deal with the infrastructure problems adequately, due to the lack of resources, which is due to the lack of funding, which is due to the lack of revenue collection, and grant allocation, which is due to the incompetent management. The effect of lack of our basic equipment and inability to deal with basic infrastructure problems, such as the increasing backlogs in waterlogs, has led to the further financial losses by municipalities, adding to billions of rands. 80% of the sewage treatment plants in the Free State have collapsed completely due to the lack of technical capacity and the equipment to do the required maintenance. Lack of equipment and maintenance leads to refuse not being collected, dumping sites being a disaster zone, fire and emergency services being collapsed, and municipal roads and stormwaters simply being unrepairable and mostly non-existent. Poor managed and aging infrastructure, which refers to the technical services provided by the state, contributes significantly to poor services and the lack of economic investment in most municipalities. Impacts that include, but are not limited to, collapsed sewage and water systems, deteriorating roads, poorly managed machines, and limited access to electricity networks, load shedding, which we all hope is in the past, but we're not convinced, and technology that impacts negatively on the quality of life that the local governments are unable to provide for citizens. Functional water infrastructure and a sustainable water supply also plays a part in the ability of important economic industries such as agriculture, mining, and the production to functions and growth. The Free State continues to experience serious economic basic services and network-based decline and contributes significantly to a rapidly deteriorating economic conditions of the residents. The inability of municipalities in the Free State to deliver basic services such as water has significant financial impacts on the resources of the municipalities and the lives and livelihoods of residents of the province. All the mentioned economic factors impact heavily on the economic rights of residents of the province to obtain employment and practice for their trades in the Free State. It is our responsibility as a legislative department to ensure the municipalities address and resolve revenue and infrastructure challenges. Through the COGTA Municipal Financial Monitoring Unit, we must undertake a detailed analysis of revenue issues and define improvement plans for each municipality and provide strategic support of implementation. The inability of municipalities to deal with infrastructure issues due to the lack of skills and equipment forces them to appoint subcontractors. Each of these and this is only done in emergencies. This leads to micromanagement and opens the door to corruption and unauthorized expenditure. In the past term, several intervention teams were deployed to struggling municipalities under Section 139. These interventions, in most cases, deemed to be nothing more than tick-box exercises and another method to fill the feeding trough for cater deployment. In several of the municipalities, the intervention teams of officials have simply vanished into thin air and are now ghost workers. Or as in the case of Mangaung, where the intervention teams have left, but there's still not been any formal communication of whether the metro is still under intervention or not. To add insult to injury, the metro was rated the worst performing metro in the country, despite the intervention team overstaying their welcome. Pertaining to procurement, the Auditor General is in almost all audit reports in the Free State municipality noted the non-compliance with procurement regulations and supply chain processes, resulting in irregular expenditure in the province. Most of the subcontractors appointed in the Free State municipalities deviate from the prescribed process. The procurement of goods and services are almost never based on planned budget expenditure or maintenance programs, but rather on emergency requirements. This means that the normal bureaucratic procurement process is avoided and frequently accompanied by political interference and intimidation. The final straw of each municipality's back towards total destruction is complete bankruptcy, unfunded budgets, and their inability to deliver any services to the communities which depend on local governments for their livelihood. In the case of municipalities, simply carries on trying to survive from day to day, pay staff and councillors, and pretend to still care about its people. Honourable Deputy Speaker, In terms of Section 153 of the Constitution, the local sphere of government has the responsibility to structure and manage its administration and budgeting planning process to give priority to basic needs of the community and to promote the social and economic development of the community. This is the mandate we must ensure. So how do we assist to turn municipalities around? The time has come for us to put our political differences aside and work together for the overall interests of residents of the Free State. In the various municipalities, COGTA must intercede on their behalf to ensure that they receive quality basic services which are delivered promptly and sustainably. Turning around municipalities begins with political will. The department and the executive of the province must acknowledge the problem and must take to heart the mandate placed upon them towards the Constitution in terms of 139. This section makes it clear that both provincial and national governments have a mandatory obligation. MEC, there are several sections of the System Act and Constitution that can assist you in ensuring you to ensure competence in council. Please use these powers. I will give you a list of them if you need. I understand the acts to illustrate our willingness to assist and take hands to improve the lives of our people. I truly hope that this provincial government administration will not be more concerned with political maneuvers and positioning and negotiating and appeasing opponents than ensuring that all people of the Free State are served. I close with the following remark. Leadership is not divide and conquer, loot and plunder, but rather take hands, leading by example, and holding a ladder so that others can rise to meet their daily challenges. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now recognize the Honorable Mangwe.
What are the issues in the resolution? We've got a problem. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, MEC of COGTA and Date Mokoena, members of the executive, members of the provincial legislature, Marena Lemafumahadi Othalenteng Kakwano, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as we mark the first day of the Women's Month, we should resolve to accelerate our progress towards gender equality, both in the public and the private sector, and in society as a whole. We should use this month to ask ourselves as to what more must we do to send all forms of women abuse and violence against women and children, including the terrible crime of rape. Every time a child or a woman gets missing, we no longer wonder but pray for their safe return. As we navigate through these difficult times, we continue to work in partnership and implement programs that would help to push back the frontiers of poverty and underdevelopment that characterize the lives of millions of our women in this country. Although we remember that 1956 Women's March against oppressive apartheid laws and steady role women played in liberating our country and in shaping our democracy, but we also celebrate advancement made in recognizing women leadership under the leadership of the African National Congress, as seen in the recent appointment of the Honorable Premier, Mema Queen Letsoa Mathai. It is with great pleasure to remind this House that not only have we been able to do so at the level of the provincial government, but in municipalities. Thabo Mfutsanyane District Municipality is led by a woman. Nketwane is led by a woman. Mantsopa is led by a woman. Sesotho is led by a woman. You go to district. Maluteapufu, of course, Premier, Maluteapufu is led by a woman. You go to the district of Qarib, 3 out of 4 municipalities are led by women. Mohokare, Letsemeng, and the district municipality. You go to Fezile Dabi, Mwati municipality is led by a woman. You go to Lejolipuzo, out of 6 municipalities, including the district municipality, 4 are led by women. If you look into this House, if I were to look on this other side of the House, Honorable Deputy Speaker, you'll be proud, but when you go to the other House, look how many men are on this side of the House. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Malibongwe, Honorable Speaker, local government is a sphere of government close to the people. It plays a critical role in consolidation of the national democratic revolution gains, as it is a sphere of government which impacts directly on changing people's lives, and where possible, service delivery is experienced. It is also a key to deepening democracy, social cohesion, and building a non-racial and non-sexist society. Our democratic municipality also facilitate community interactions and participation to ensure citizens have a say in their own development. Our system of developmental local government is premised on the active and balanced role of communities, civil society, and the state at a local government. Local government has undoubtedly been primary site for the service delivery of services, especially to those who previously had none. For 30 years, the ANC-led government in the Free State Province has assured major expansion in access of basic services such as electricity, piped water, and sanitation. In continuing with this progressive culture, the Maluti-Apupu, Ngwathe, and Machabeng local municipalities have since established water intervention steering committees to deal with water and sanitation challenges and vandalism of infrastructure. Also, it is worth mentioning that the refurbishment of Fika Pato water treatment plant that is at practical completion stage currently. This is also an undoubtedly improved water quality and for the residents in the Maluti-Apupu local municipalities. We must also indicate that ESCOM has officially assumed control of the distribution of billing of Maluti-Apupu local municipality with the signing of the distribution agency agreement. Ra tshepa batho ba Maluti-Apupu hore taba ya motlakase e tla ba ya ntho ya kgale mo e leng hore ha le kgone ho thola motlakase. The Kopanong local municipality has also recently experienced a significant improvement in water supply, with the supplying of water increasing from 30% to 100%. Ke a hore ra tseba ntate Mkhabane hore Mkhabela, Honorable Mkhabela, that okay. All right. Ke a leboha honorable members ntate Foko hore taba kopanong ya metsi e tla ba ntho ya kgale. Honorable members, this improvement has been attributed to the assistance provided by Department of COGTA with an initial amount of 6 million allocated for this particular purpose. The funds have been paid over the Vaal Central Board with an additional 4 million said to be transferred by Kharib District Municipality. While we are still on Kopanong, in the early hours of the 11th of September 2022, the tailing dam of the Jagersfontein mine burst its wall, sending a torrent of toxic mine waste down to the slope to the settlement of Charlesville and Itumeleng. 2 people died, while 2 still missing. 164 houses were partially or totally destroyed. Farmland was rendered toxic and unusable, and the livestock was killed. The ANC-led government committed to rebuilding the houses of those affected families, and we are pleased that the Jagersfontein house rebuilding project is progressing steadily, with 64 houses being completed, although there are still 2% of work on snack list still to be completed, amongst other paint work, lighting, plumbing work outstanding. There is a consultation with the affected families to agree on an official date for the occupation of these houses. Honorable Premier and Honorable we trust that MEC Mokoena will fast-track the handover process for the house to the rightful owners before the end of August 2024. Honorable Speaker, functional municipalities have created safe, healthy, and economically sustainable areas where people work, live, and socialize. Spatial planning is key in this regard, and we applaud the establishment of the Provincial Advisory Committee on Special Development Framework that will ensure the speedy finalization of development applications. We look forward to seeing the positive impact with the current implementation process, which started in the previous financial year with Maluti-Apupu, Silonyana, Metsimaholo, as well as inclusion of municipalities such as Dihlabe, Mohokare, Pomelela, and Tokologo for the current financial year. That will also be supported with the implementation of SDFs. It is well known that our municipalities encounter many developmental challenges in an environment with severe fiscal and other resources constraints, and this requires all spheres of government to work together effectively, efficiently towards a common goal. Amongst these challenges is compliance. We have noted with concern the anti-developmental tendency of municipalities not meeting timelines for submission of audited financial statements. Year in, year out, the Auditor General of South Africa laments the lack of consequence management in municipalities. We are hoping, Honorable Mokoena, that this particular issue is going to be at the center of the conversations with the municipalities. The Municipal Financial Management Act empowers municipal councils to demand accountability from municipal officials. I want to repeat this one. The Municipal Financial Management Act empowers municipal councils to demand accountability from municipal officials who are responsible for the late submission of audited financial statements, as well as the corrective measures that should be taken against such officials. Not everything must be taken to political head, but officials in our institutions must take responsibility. We urge our council to adopt a zero-tolerant approach in dealing with such impunity. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this department is central to the institutionalization of district development model, which is aimed at improving coherence in planning and implementation of projects and programs across spheres of government. There is an urgent need for much stronger integrated cooperative governance, particularly on local government, on local economic development, and the focus must be firmly on service delivery. We applaud the initiative to host DDM roadshows in all districts and the metropolitan municipalities with the intention to deepen the implementation of district development model. Honorable Klute and Honorable provincial government should continue to monitor and support local government in ways that strengthen municipality but not erode their powers and functions. Devolution of certain provincial functions to stronger municipality and differentiate in scope of IDP's funding support and capacity building. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is important to make local government career of choice by building a skilled and professional public service with both top and bottom management being at having necessary skills. At senior level, recruitment and management should be based on experience and expertise, while junior level must focus on skills and expertise that will be necessary for the future public service cohort. The filling of vacant posts is critical. Progress to date is commendable in number of municipalities. In Mangaung, 8 out of 8 posts have been filled. Therefore, all senior management posts have been filled, and 2 out of those are women, which is a regress for our part. 9 out of 19 posts have been filled in Garib district, with 10 vacancies still outstanding. In Lejolipuzo, we've got 26 out of 32 posts that have been filled, with a deficiency of 6 vacancies. In Thabo Mofokeng, you've got 32 posts filled out of 39 positions, with 7 positions still vacant. In Fezile-Dabi, we've got 17 out of 28 posts filled, with 17 vacancies. You must remember, Fezile-Dabi, we've got coalition government in both the district and Metsimaholo. However, we are not there for today. Department of Community Safety and Roads and Transport presented before this House a budget primarily focusing on road infrastructure. Over 1.2 billion was primarily budgeted for road maintenance and road rehabilitation. Work has started in Kwakwa and many areas around the province. Not only will the upgrade and the road bolster economic growth, but also create jobs, opportunities, facilitation access to essential services, and enhance inter-provincial connectivity. Department of Human Settlement committed to fill to complete 2,000 houses in the previous financial year. However, so far, at least we've got 400 houses that have already been done. Bulk infrastructure project has been launched in Moidrai in Sasolburg. I want to remind this house that Moidrai is where the EFF, not in charge, illegally did the land grab when they knew that ANC-led government was in the process of putting bulk infrastructure. But let me tell you, honorable members of the EFF, let me tell
Order, may we not drown the speaker, honorable members? You may continue.
Thank you very much,
Honorable
Deputy Speaker. Let me remind honorable members that as these elections, can we remind them, have they been able to win over that ward? Then they must tell us. We have taken over that ward. Honorable members, we have taken over because when they chose to do what they call land grab, they want to fetch everybody from Lesotho and everywhere else to go and sit there. During the votes, they brought everybody to come and vote for them. Why did you lose this ward this time around? Honorable members, the Department of Health has launched 1 ward, 1 ambulance that is meant to assist our people to access health services. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Development gave tractors and implements to many young men and women in this province. The Department of Public Works will soon hand over complete project to Client Department. There's a reason why I'm mentioning these projects. These projects do not happen in the sky. These projects do not happen anywhere else, but these projects happen in our municipalities. This is just a glimpse of work of the ANC government that has done. These projects and programs are not just happening in J, they are happening within our communities. Honorable members, Honorable Klute raised a very serious concern around the issues of Mangaung. We must indicate, indeed, Section 139 has become a concern in a number of municipalities, but in other spaces have worked. Example is the Mangaung municipality. When was the last time you saw a rally here, people marching to the municipality? Because there's stability. There is stability. They've been able to appoint.
Honorable members, order. Honorable Mangwe, will you take a seat? Thank you. Honorable members, may we continue to observe the decorum of the House. Honorable Mangwe, may you speak through the speaker and not directly to members. You may continue.
Sincere apologies, Honorable Deputy Speaker. We want to indicate there is stability in Mangaung. All senior managers have been appointed and we are ruling quite nicely, beautifully as African National Congress-led municipality. Honorable Speaker, Tabeng ya Marena, we want to indicate that Marena, Deputy Speaker, through you, Ntate Dipuku is not even aware that Marena were bought new cars in the last financial year, but you must just get closer to them. Work with them, you know what we do because the ANC-led government.
No, honorable members, I'm not going to allow it. Comrade, Honorable Dipuku, I'm not going to allow that sort of engagement. Continue, Honorable Man.
We work closely, Marene, and we will continue to build our relations with them. The issues of Kopano. Honorable members, honorable member from the Democratic Alliance, we really appreciate your input in relations to issues relating to LED and investment to deal with issues of unemployment and municipalities that are not doing well. Issues relating to municipalities that are not is not only related to maladministration within the municipalities themselves, but because of the economic drive that we need to work together to ensure that we assist our communities to have so that there are investments that are coming into our areas, but Kopanong is just one of those municipalities where a majority of community in that municipality are unemployed. Therefore, we need to work together because I always say economic growth has a direct bearing on job creation. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. As African National Congress, we welcome the budget presented by MC Mokoena.
Thank you, Honorable Manje. We now allow the Honorable MEC Mokoena. You may now reply to the debate.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. But I think we must just correct one or two things. The hypocrisy of some of our leaders here is disturbing. You know, they stand here, accuse government of inefficiency, corruption, this and that. Yet they've got some chicken audacity to come and tell us that they are holy cows that we must not touch. We are going to touch them. We are going to touch them with the mandate received from our people. The honorable members have been standing here every session. The ANC government is inefficient, is in that and that and that. With the mandate, the elected government has got a right because it is elected. We take accountability in front of our people. We answer. It's not officials that are elected. It is the ANC that is running government. And we've got a right to restructure government in any manner we want. There are no holy cows that are going to be untouched here. Everyone has got to be touched for the sake of our people. There's an issue about Molutia Pofung and the 1.5 billion. The real story is that 1.5 billion, the AG could not find anything to audit. We are not in charge. It was some coalition. It's painful at times to hear some of the truth. The 1.5
Honorable
billion that
members,
should have
Honorable
assisted
Mokoena,
citizens.
Honorable MEC, may you take your seat? Honorable members, I've requested you. Can you please allow the speaker to continue with his reply? And can you not respond to the speaker? And Honorable MEC, can you speak through the speaker? Thank you.
The qualified professional who was in charge there, we have to run after him and look for accountability in terms of the monies that were wasted. The fellow holds serious titles now. He's busy still wanting to find his way into government spaces. We're not going to allow that. We are not powerless, Honorable Truth. We have the power given by the Constitution. We have got the power in terms of our ability to approach the court. We also have got the power to chase councillors in terms of the code of conduct, and we are going to use it. We say in the budget speech that we have got to make sure that there's a culture shift and we're assisted by those political and administrative leaders of these municipalities. So things are going to change. We are elected to lead government, and we can never be told that we must surrender government even to problematic individuals that are compromising us. That will be our own demise. So we have got to be decisive. I'm happy that Honorable Manche indicates that traditional leaders that are here, BMW, X3, and Bakis are on the road. We are going to deliver more, we're going to work with them, but let me tell you what we say. We are talking about the developmental work they do in their spaces and the need to integrate with municipalities so that we don't just patronize them. We deal with their leadership role on issues that are interested and on the behalf of their own people. And I've listed the issues that they are doing and why it is important for them that their sitting in the municipal councils must come in handy to ensure integration. The issue of Mangaung in terms of the intervention, Mangaung municipality has stabilized and there's progress. The city is now cleaner, and we're going to work with them to support them more. They remain under the national intervention in terms of the financial recovery. That work has got to continue. If you listened to what we said, Honorable McKay, you can never blame the challenges that local government have on cadre deployment. Cadre deployment equals to quality, not incompetence and corruption. Those who did that, it has been clarified, and through our own president, we considered in front of the commission that some have abused this particular issue. I don't want to talk about another province in the city where something else is happening. But we say no municipality is going to be allowed to bring on board unresponsive and incompetent officials. That we keep as a commitment. And we detect this based on the people who have been recycled from one municipality to the other and they cause damage. We've got the ability and the willingness to deal with that particular aspect. Municipalities, through McLogger, we have got an agreement with them that the recruitment process, as is guided by the regulations, is going to be adhered to strictly. And as the department, we have now the capacity to issue the concurrence within a period of around 14 days, so that people are not onboarded when they do not qualify. Correct people can be onboarded. So the technical capacity of municipalities, indeed we agree it's a challenge, but we're sending MISA engineers, we're sending also graduates, and we'll continue to work with municipalities to make sure that competent people are brought on board in this particular space to address these issues that are genuinely affecting our people. And I want to welcome the fact that we are not afraid, Honorable Member Michael, to pick up your phone and direct us to some of the challenges where municipalities are unresponsive. And that's an issue that we've got to be dealing with. The issue of the viability of municipalities is not only because of poor billing system, it's actually economic. The country has undergone a number of serious economic challenges that will have led to a number of structural changes in the economy. In the Free State, we've got a massive shift from what will have been a move that sometimes is even fueled by wrong tendencies in our society, where people move en masse from the farming areas into the areas of the townships. You find that in Forisberg. Now, with the mass migration into Forisberg and Mashayan Township, the economy of that particular area will not be able to carry those people, and thus they will live in spaces making it impossible for them to pay for services. That's why you speak about the indigency policies. So you've got to look at a basket of issues that affect the viability of municipalities. And I would want your voice to support us that we need to support municipalities, including Mangaung, to chase some of the bulk consumers of their services to put their accounts in order. And I said it needs to start with all of us here. Are we paying our accounts? I don't know. The Speaker or the Deputy Speaker can handle that part. we raised the report in a manner that is very frank about the problems facing local municipalities. It has never happened. We do so because we respond to the desires of our people that these issues have got to be fixed. And we've listed them. We're listing them not because we've got nothing else to say. We're listing them as a commitment to them that we've heard you. And these are the issues that you need to hold us accountable to. And for all those in that sphere who think that it's going to be Christmas as usual, that Christmas is over. We concur that we can never place municipalities under 139 forever, and we've listed Mafubi. But also appeal to both the administrative and elected leadership to help us in that regard. We are working with Kopanoeng as well in the same vein as well as Masidonian. And to make sure that we turn around the situation that is very difficult and complex, including the problematic role of some in the private sector. So we also have got to deal with what the Human Rights Commission is raising. Because what the Human Rights Commission is raising is the responsibility of all of us as leaders that are elected to make sure that we resolve that particular issue. You cannot play political football about this issue. You can do so if you wish, but there's nothing that we're going to achieve. We are willing to hold hands with everyone to make sure that we deal with these particular issues. And we say bluntly, the era of sewer running into our rivers has got to end. Unmaintained water reticulation plants has got to end. That's a commitment we made arising from the mandate we have received from our people. We can play politics, but I can assure you that it is not going to help us in any regard. Through working with various stakeholders, Deputy Speaker, we have got to turn local government around if we are to change the lives of our people. We have to. There's not going to be any investment that happens anywhere in the sky. It happens in municipalities. Reliability of services is critical. Stability of those municipalities is critical. Us being able to be serious about the quality of people we send to steer those institutions is non-negotiable. Because it is only through that that we can change the lives of our people. The last part in short, Honorable Dipoko, The biggest land invader in the province is EFF. And we've got to tighten the processes to deal with that decisively and immediately. You invade, we've got to take you out because we are creating serious problems for local government, including taking land that belongs to the traditional leaders. As a strategy for political mobilization, you lure people, including those from Zimbabwe, to come and illegally occupy the land, and you come here and say we take the land of our traditional leaders. Every squatter camp that is legal in this province has got the colors of red overalls. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mokoena. Honorable members, the reply of the Honorable MEC concludes the debate on Vote 8, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. This brings us to the end of the business of the House today. Before the House adjourns, honorable members, I wish to make the following announcements. That honorable members and guests should remain seated at their allocated seats as the Sergeant at Arms, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, and the Secretary leave the House. The guests should remain at their allocated seats while honorable members leave the House. That all guests are invited for lunch. The lunch for our honorable members will be in the holding room, just adjacent to the house. And then for all other guests, on my left-hand side, outside, there is a marquee. You are welcome to go to the marquee and have lunch. The House shall now adjourn until it was meant to be Tuesday, but that date will be reconsidered, subject to the advice of the Rules Committee, which will sit tomorrow. And information will be communicated tomorrow. The next sessions will be 3 votes. Vote 10, community safety, roads and transport. Vote 13, human settlements. And vote 9, public works and infrastructure. The House is adjourned. Thank you, members.